Morning, everyone. Welcome. This is the Outdoor Equity Grant Board meeting on November 6th, 2025. Welcome, everybody, and thanks to everyone who traveled from near and far to be here in our wonderful, wonderful 6060 Broadway office at CPW. It's good to see so many of you in person. I'll go ahead and share our our introduction questions. That way everyone can see them. But we'll get started with that. It always throws me off when I'm like on one little computer. Okay, as I mentioned, we'll get started with introductions. I know we all know each other, but just for posterity in the video, your name, pronouns, the seat you hold on the board, or what organization you're representing here today, maybe your home location if you want to share that. And then we have an icebreaker question here. What do you hope to bring to the group during the next 2 days' discussion? So I'll go ahead and go first and model. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Kurth. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Outdoor Equity Grant Program Manager at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. I'm based out of Frisco, Colorado, but happen to be here in Denver with you all. Especially enjoying the mild weather. I think this is the first year we haven't had like some crazy blizzard that everyone has to drive home in. So I told Carol that and she was like, it's Colorado, it could always change. So I said, don't say that. So I'm excited about that. And for the next 2 days discussion, I really hope to bring to everyone a sense of them being heard and being able to share their perspectives. I'll pass to Selena.
Hi guys, my name is Selena, she, her. I traveled from Colorado Springs, Colorado. I-25 was not as horrible as I thought it would be, which is nice. I am the Outdoor Equity Grant Program Associate, and I'll be leading some reflection activities later throughout the meeting, and I hope to bring some introspective thoughts through that. So yeah, and I'll pass it on.
Hi folks, Ethan is Sete, she, her, ella pronouns. I'm based out of Denver, Colorado, Bear Valley more specifically. I represent the sustainability seat or environmental seat on the board. And what I hope to bring for the next 2 days of discussion, I think the board has been going on for a few years and really thinking about what are the opportunities as we move forward with the tools and resources that we have now as a board.
Great, thank you. Morning, everyone. Connor Hall. I see pronouns. I hold the seat representing the Outdoor Recreation Industry Office on the board. Home location is Lakewood, West Denver there. And had the honor of serving on this board since the very beginning, I guess. And but Frida on my team, we kind of share this responsibility a little bit. And so I've been a little bit disengaged. Just really excited to be back, get to know new board members, see some old friends like John, and and bring that industry voice into this, and look for really those opportunities where we can more closely tie this important work and mission with the significant outdoor industry in Colorado.
Hola, buenos días. Hope you all are doing good this morning. My pronouns are he, him, él, and my name is Brian Reveles. Almost forgot that. The seat I hold is I hold one of the 2-year youth seats, and I'm wrapping up my second last board term. My home location is Leadville, Colorado, and I hope to bring thoughtful discussion, because these are always very difficult and exciting conversations that we have.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Crystal, she, her pronouns, and I hold the 2-year youth position with the board, finishing up my first term and continuing for my second one. My home location is Northeast Denver, so kind of near the airport. And I hope to bring some optimism the next 2 days. Just reading the applications, I had a lot of hope, and it was just nice to see so many organizations that have the same values as me. So yeah, just excited to be involved in the discussion and bringing some hope.
Good morning, my name is Ida, she, her. I sit on the environmental justice seat on the board. My home location is Broomfield, Colorado. And I hope to bring some gratitude, not only to our applicants, but to our other board members and our staff that support us. I was just saying like how much I was looking forward to being with you all. Every time we get together, even if it's just virtually, I walk away feeling so much better. So really grateful to be with you all today.
I'm John Krummelmeyer. My pronoun is we. Thought I'd throw out a new one, and because I have so much respect for the people on this board and have for the last 4 years. I hold the seat that represents people with disabilities. I live in Silverthorne, Colorado, most recently, and I've always been a fan of Mark Twain, and he made a comment, if we were meant to talk more than listen, we'd have 2 mouths and 1 ear. So I would like to, I hope to bring some good listening on my part to what everybody has to say.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dawson Metcalf, he, him. I sit on the board for the LGBTQIA plus seat. My home location is Fort Collins. And what I hope to bring is just through my own work at Colorado State University is really thinking about how we can link some of these opportunities up to more workforce development and conservation space, and really thinking about the diversification that really needs to happen in some of those sectors. So that's what I hope to bring.
Hi, everyone. Chris Obi, he, him pronouns. I represent Great Outdoors Colorado on the board, which is held by Jackie Miller, our executive director, here representing GOCO. And my work there is with the Generation Wild grant program, so working with communities across the state. And so I live in Colorado Springs, and I hope to bring today intelligent comments on the grants that we read. There was a lot of them, but then also just the acknowledgement and support in us making these decisions, though they're hard decisions to make, and that just because we say no to someone doesn't mean that they're not doing incredible work, because being a grantor means there's never enough money to go around, and that we will have to say no to some incredible work that's happening in the state, but that doesn't mean that it was the wrong decision.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fletcher Jacobs. I am sitting in for Director Jeff Davis as he is unable to attend today, so appreciate the opportunity to be here. I use he, him pronouns, and yeah, I'm the Assistant Director for Outdoor Recreation and Lands. So I based, well, my home location's in Centennial, but this is the office I have the pleasure of reporting to every day. So welcome, glad you're all able to find it and navigate the trains, because you know, sometimes that can be fun. John said it much more eloquently than I could, pulling out a Mark Twain quote. But yeah, I think just a chance to listen, and Chris, your kind of wise words around the fact that just because a project's not funded doesn't mean it wasn't a good project. It just means that, especially this year, the challenges that we have in front of us, and I know that leads to difficult conversations, but at the end, I know how much this means to the board to make sure we're putting that investment into the best possible place. And obviously, hopefully we have different conversations in the future as funding hopefully continues to rise. So thanks, everybody.
Great, we'll go to our online friends. Mika, I know you're not able to speak maybe, but I can read something for you. But it looks like you came off mute.
No, I can try. I'm Mika Rosenauer. I live in Buena Vista, Colorado. I I hold the outdoor education seat. This is my fourth year of a 4-year term. So this is my last board meeting probably. And I'm hoping to bring, thoughtfulness to the conversations today, and nuance. And I'm sorry I can't be there with you guys.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Omar Munoz, he, him. I hold a 1-year youth board seat, calling in from Greeley. I hope to bring an open mind and willingness to learn from others. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you guys today. We couldn't find a babysitter, so unfortunately had to stay home this week.
We've got 13 babysitters right here. Thanks, Omar and Mika. Sorry, Dave, I know you just walked in, but you're on the hot seat.
I'm up.
Yeah.
Dave Cooperstein, legal counsel to the board and CPW, and I work at the Attorney General's office.
And what do you hope to bring to the next 2 days of discussion?
Oh man, I hope to support the board, put them at ease with any questions they have about conflicts of interest or any other legal-ish questions or practical questions I can help with.
Thank you so much. All right, with that, I'll just hand it right over to Fletcher to give us the big old assistant director's welcome from CPW.
Well, I kind of already stated that in my intro. I should help back and just stuff with bullet points. I will just say welcome again and thanks so much. We know how busy you all are. So the fact that actually joking with some of us, they were eyeing the breakfast with greedy eyes. I was like, that's not for you, but they were asking, well, what is this for? And explained it. I said, so a 1 8-hour meeting, that's so great you have that much time. I was like, no, they're actually here 2 days in a row. Wow, that's a lot. So just know time is that non-renewable resource we all share. So we just appreciate you making the time. And we know it wasn't just these 2 days, it was obviously all the time doing the reviews beforehand. So I just want to kind of start with that thing. Thanks, excuse me. I'll run down. I have a couple kind of updates. Obviously happy to answer any kind of questions specifically. I'm going to start with like good news. And I think some of this has probably been alluded to previously, but obviously with the funding challenges, we're really excited. Patricia Nord will kind of share some of the details when we think about the budget this year. I'm really happy that we had the lottery situation. There was kind of a moment early on that I know it was a tough, do we even have a grant cycle? Like, what does this look like? And so I'm really excited that we were able to kind of work within our executive management team, our leadership structure, and we were able to, have $1 million that we were able to put into the pot. And then I really want to thank Free Outdoors Colorado, because we went to them and said, hey, there is this need that's out there. We know what supporters, of course, and champions they've been for this program. We're able to go to the board and request what is called reserved funding, where essentially a grant that previously had been given out with some of that money was unspent. And so we were able to go and request, working through our director, he asked me and Andrea to put together a letter, put that forward and went to the board, and they approved matching that $1 million. So we actually have $2 million in the pot. So kind of going from 0 to 2 million is great. I know it's not where we all wanted to be, but it's an amazing place. And I just want to thank GoCo and our director, Davis, couldn't be here, but he wanted to express appreciation, obviously, to them, but also just knowing how hard you all have put into this program. And the conversations we had were really helpful for me and Andrea to go back to our leadership to say, this is important. We need to figure out a pathway. So that's really good news. And again, Patricia will kind of walk through some of the specifics, but I wanted to just kind of share that hopefully somewhat exciting news from, again, where we were 6 months ago as we were seeing a lottery report. And yeah, at least it gives us something to talk about for this year. And again, just want to thank GoCo for their continued kind of match and partnership in this program. So that's kind of some of the exciting news. I'll pivot slightly here, just thinking about kind of other successful initiatives. One of the things we often talk about is just that funding piece. We know how important that is for all that we're doing. And the unique thing about Colorado Parks and Wildlife is within the state, we're considered an enterprise agency. So essentially, for the most part, our funding comes through either some sort of federal grants, which that's a whole other conversation I'm not going to get into today. But the vast majority comes from our own sale of registrations, campgrounds, Keep Colorado Wild Pass, our hunting, fishing license, And again, we do get some of that federal match, but a lot of that funding is direct, OHV, snowmobiles and boats. We bring in a lot of that money, which is great because we have that sort of user generated. We are somewhat outside of the structure. We talk about the general fund challenges. Not to say they're not big challenges, not to say that also our expenses are, we put out a lot of money, but the really exciting thing that I think is, I wanted to bring up is the Keep Colorado Wild Pass itself. Just continues to be this kind of collaborative effort that a lot of really important partners, folks in this room potentially are familiar or know almost all of them, but helped us get that started. And thanks to Governor Polis's leadership, we were able to set that up 4 years ago now. Sorry, I have to pull up the exact number. We began selling in 2023. Sorry, so not even that long. And as of June 30th, 2025, we had raised approximately $100 million through that new program. So it's very exciting. Last fiscal year was 1.5 million KCW passes, which generated about $41 million. And that was actually a 3% increase in sales. And so we probably talked about this before, but it's affordable park access, increased staffing resources for state parks, then search and rescue operations, avalanche safety, and then additional funding can also be used for new state parks, expanded outdoor recreation capacity on federal lands, which is something that might be having those conversations right now, just knowing the challenges going on with our federal partners. State trails program, conservation of vulnerable wildlife species, and this program as well. It's also one of those eligible programs that when we have additional money through KCW sales, we are able to put it towards a program like this. So pretty exciting. So just wanted to kind of share it. If you've never bought a KCW pass, we'd ask you to consider it. But it is really an exciting thing that, again, we thank this administration for kind of seeing that importance of having affordable access, but also creating a way for us to continue to generate funding. So wanted to kind of share that exciting piece. And keeping with excitement, it's been since April, and I think I've probably brought this up at each of the updates I've had the pleasure of giving, but the Colorado Outdoor Strategy was something we launched last April at the Partners in the Outdoors Conference. And really looking at, again, GoCo and Connor from the OREC office, along with DNR and the governor's office as kind of the coordinating partners. We now went from having this big, exciting strategy, and the joke I always make is, got amazing consultants. We have this really pretty thing, and it'd be really easy just to have, we don't say sit on the shelf anymore because they've only printed off like 100, but sit on the virtual shelf where it's like, oh, that's really neat, and look at that cool website and not do anything with it. But the goal really now is to actually make this into action. And so a couple things that are happening that I think is probably worth just the board being aware of. We're really trying to figure out how we continue to improve the data and tools around making sure when we think about exceptional and sustainable outdoor recreation, along with climate resilient conservation goals. We're creating tools, working very closely with a whole host of partners such as CSU, the Natural Heritage Program, continuing to bolster tools that already existed and make them better. And also, again, working with GoCo, you're probably picking up the theme here, trying a big part of the outdoor strategy was collaboration. So we work with Outdoors Colorado to actually come up with a request to have for the first time statewide mobile data all collected. And I always, again, I sometimes recycle jokes. So I don't think I've given it to this to the board yet. But when I talk about this with some groups, like, oh my gosh, the government's tracking us. You're going to have this big dashboard. It's like, well, we're all being tracked every second, whether we knew it or not. In this case, what we're doing is we're actually just working with the companies that collect that data to get anonymous data. So it's all scrubbed out. We're not going to see who was where, but you can track just based on our usage, which is kind of wild. For those not in this space, it was, you could tell how big a bit of a Luddite I am, that they know when I show up somewhere, roughly where I live, roughly where I probably work, just based on location data. So at a very high level, we're able to see kind of, are these folks that live in Colorado, are these folks that are, non-residents that are coming into the state to visit these different areas. And the goal is to have this pretty extensive map that just talks about where folks are going, how much time they're spending, and what we're going to do through the outdoor strategy, this idea of like collecting better data. We're going to collect that data and begin to share it with our partners. So obviously our land, federal land manager partners, our city counties, but our regional partnership initiatives. So those groups have been very excited to say, hey, San Luis Valley Go, which is a group that I know this has come before the board before for funding, they're one of our regional partnerships, and they've had a conversation. We'd like to know where folks are going in the valley, so we can think about where do we have better recreation infrastructure. Maybe sometimes where do we not want people going, whether it's a safety or some sort of natural resource issue, so they can actually have that data to help them start making better decisions as they start continuing on their planning and actually start applying for implementation funding to do all of this work as a regional partnership. So pretty exciting, and I missed my bullet point, but with the regional partnership, the other big thing we have going on right now, working with coordinating partners and specifically partnering with GoCo, is we actually put forward a 5-year, $50 million grant program to help actually implement the Colorado outdoor strategy. So one of the big things was we heard a lot was, hey, if you've got this really cool plan and we just kind of let it sit there and nothing's going to happen. So we worked together. So we took our GoCo investment that comes through us through Parks and Wildlife, again, had that matched with GoCo's investment through open space and their local parks. And thank you for correcting me there. So we have $50 million over the next 5 years. That application was open this summer, and our recommendations, I'll actually have to step out for a little bit around lunchtime, go to their CPW committee today for the first $10 million to be awarded through these regional partnerships. So a lot of exciting things actually going on that, we put that out there. That was exciting. And now we're actually putting that funding behind it. And so I say we a lot because it's really the partners who are doing the work, the coordinating partners who are sitting in doing a very similar process that you all just did the last couple of weeks of looking at really awesome ideas for projects and having to say no to some, but also getting to say yes to some really exciting things that are going to help both with recreation and conservation. And that's probably the biggest bullet point I just want to make sure everybody's aware of. Because of the partnership, literally half the money has to go to recreation and half the money has to go to kind of conservation/wildlife goals. So it's a really nice way to kind of find that balance that we always talk about, that we want both the resource protection and that access to everybody. So really cool partnership. We'd be excited to share more. It goes to the GoCo board in December. We'll know the actual projects that are going to be funded, and that will become more public. But that's kind of another big exciting piece. I better scroll down on my talking points and make sure I don't miss any more here. Sorry. Oh yes, the other kind of brief, just CPW update. We are going through, we just did that outdoor strategy. And so the timing is perfect because we're actually doing our own CPW strategic plan. So we've just kind of wrapped up our 10-year strategic plan. Anyone who's been part of these know that it's very exciting. It's also a lot of darn work to put together a strategic plan. So we had a pretty big public outreach process, kind of started early summer, gathered the feedback during the fall, and we now have a draft, actually just showed up yesterday, that we are going to review as kind of our executive management team that will be working with TNR as we get ready. The goal will be sometime, we'll bring it back in the spring, I think is when kind of the draft will come out. I know you all, part of that engagement process would come to the board. We'd be happy to kind of share where things are. If of interest, we'll bring it back to our Parks and Wildlife Commission during the spring. And it's also going to be kind of out on our CPW page for folks to see, and they'll be able to provide comments on that. So happy to answer any questions specific to that, but that's kind of going on. I remember we had talked about that, so I want to make sure you were aware of we're getting close to being across the finish line there. And then the other piece I was just going to mention we talk a lot about our registrations and our license sales. And for those that don't hunt, this is kind of the busy time of year for our wildlife staff, obviously. But we have a different kind of exciting lottery that just want to make sure everybody's aware of. If you're looking for a place to cut down your holiday tree, the permit application window for Golden Gate State Park is open until November 15th. And I say this because this is one of the most popular emails that I get from anyone I know that when they find out I work for CPW is like, can I go up to Golden Gate? Because it's kind of a scene. I've been very lucky to go up there a few times, but if you're of interest, I was talking to Director Davis. He's like, make sure you mention that because everybody asked me about it. So you just go on their website, you can register, and it's actually a lottery drawing for the park's tree cutting that happens in December. So just want to make sure I shared, make sure you're aware of that. So with that, be happy to answer your questions.
Thanks, Fletcher. Any questions, comments?
That means I nailed it. That's usually what I think, whether it's true or not.
Okay. All right, well, we're slightly ahead of schedule then. I do have our printed agendas if you all want to take one and pass it down.
But you actually do have a question while we're kind of this
Yeah.
space and everything. With the Colorado Outdoor Strategy, we're trying to get all of these different entities kind of on the same page. I'm also serving on the Partners in Outdoors Conference Planning Committee.
Yeah.
And so we brought up that conversation too, you know, from like a theme standpoint of like, how can we like really drive this collectively? I would just be curious, you know, what is happening at that level to kind of steer or direct different different groups and everything underneath this umbrella to like actually do that instead of it just like you said, sitting on that virtual.
That's a great question, Dustin. So a couple things. One, and I'll make sure I say this, but it's a public meeting. One of the things that obviously we think about a lot is just private property rights. And obviously, one of the things that we were developing this is there was a sense that this was going to become a government top-down, thou shalt, and that was never the intention. It was supposed to be voluntary. So the idea, I think, to directly answer the question is, we saw this as an opportunity to provide resources to say, hey, if you want to be part of these regional partnerships, and right now we've got 20, gotta get the numbers right, 21 regional partnerships. We're likely, if the recommendations go through, going to have 22 by the end of December. And so we're about 79.8% of the state is covered. Will be well, I think it'll be like almost 85% once we get the grant applications. And the idea specifically, I'd say there's kind of two different ways to think about it. With the RPIs, we're obviously trying to put money on the table to say, hey, we have this, you know, soon to be $40 million sort of left to help move forward. But the other thing we're doing, and Chris can speak or not speak, I don't want to put him on the spot for this, but one of the pieces we talk a lot about climate resilient conservation, exceptional sustainable outdoor recreation, but it's also coordinated planning and funding. So one of the conversations we're having is within our existing streams of funding, what are opportunities for us to really elevate the outdoor strategy when it's appropriate? Again, we don't want to tell people what to do, but within CPW at least, do we have a grant program where it would make sense? And I'll pick on one that I'm very familiar with, the Recreational Trails Program. We talk a lot about, hey, where are you at with your planning at your local or your federal level? Well, we're going to start adding in where are you at with your local regional partnership or your outdoor strategy. So we start driving some of those funding. I know GoCo's had some of those conversations as well for their own internal. So we kind of have that as sort of, I call it the carrot piece that we're holding out, that we have some resources. And then I would say the other side of it is, as the coordinating partners, we have this is going to sound really boring because even when I say it, I get bored, a spreadsheet of 33 partner actions that Connor's laughing because I think he and I may share some of the same thoughts on this. It's like, that's kind of a lot of, and each of these actions are, how do we actually get those big three audacious North Star goals? How do we start driving in that direction? So I think, and where it relates to the Partners Conference, it's really good timing because that's the 1 year anniversary. And so one of the things we talked about is, what are things we could step on that stage as the coordinating partners to share? We launched this a year ago. Here's what we've done first. So we're trying to find within those 33 actions things that we're already doing to pull forward. And I think a lot of that work is happening right now behind the scenes. And so yesterday we presented to the Colorado Outdoor Partnership on this concept. And there's some folks like, man, you need to move faster. You need to go. And we're like, yeah, we hear that. But also we've used the water plans, the Colorado water plan as kind of an analogy of this process. And we think a lot because we talked with their staff when they went through this. They're like, hey, we didn't get this done in a year. Like, give yourself some grace. You're not going to be done in a year. But what can you hold up that a year from now you did to say, hey, we are taking steps, and also start signaling to, all right, what are some of the next steps in this process? So within that 33 sheet, item, we had a big staff call a couple weeks ago where, candidly staff was, oh man, this is a lot. Like, I know, but we're going to break it down into a work plan. Here's how this comes out. And some of those are going to be like 3-year goals, or within some of our private land, partnerships we have. It's going to take us a few years to get the right metric, the right kind of conversations we can have. But it's funny, at the end of this call, it was like an hour call with staff. They're like, that's actually kind of exciting because we wanted to do this for a while. this could be the mechanism for us to actually make a real difference. So I think those are the things that are happening behind the scenes that we'll start seeing coordination. We're just not going to have it right away. But the idea is to use the partners conference as a really way to say, hey, here's some big steps we're taking.
And then on that like piece right there, thinking about the regional kind of clusters, the partners, what are, so like three, there's not very many, but there's still like a handful of areas, right, that we're still trying to develop.
Yes.
Yeah, that was gonna be my question for the 10-year.
Yes.
What are those areas you guys are focusing on?
I feel bad picking on them, but there are, sorry, so for the 3 areas, we have, there's a couple counties that I won't specifically name. I'll show the map, maybe that'd be a nicer way to say it. We have a couple counties that we're still working on, and it's not because, to be clear, not because maybe they don't want to, we just haven't found the right way to engage yet. And we do have an area on the Eastern Plains that we're hoping that we can fill that here pretty shortly. One of the things has been a tension point, I'd describe it that way, is when this idea first came up, there was a thought of like, all right, we're going to tell folks what should be on the map. That way we know we fill it all. And partners pretty wisely said, hey, actually it'd be better if there's some of these groups already exist. Let's have this be organic, have groups be voluntary, come up to us. But now that's where we find the tension of, we can't tell these remaining spots to have a partnership, but we'd certainly like to encourage them because we see a lot of benefits to do so. So we're sort of having that conversation of how do we fill in a couple of these spots. And there's also, using that water plant analogy, they have water basin ground plants. Well, those are fairly easy to draw because you know where the water basin goes. We don't want to necessarily always follow that because there's political, there's social, there's reasons that those are a little bit different. But one of the ways we've thought about tackling this is to say, can we encourage some of the existing, maybe just to expand a little bit and bring some more folks into the regional partnership? We have had the conversation, is 24 or 25 regional partnerships, is that the right number? That might be a lot for us to manage. Is there a way we could encourage some of them to kind of work together and truly have regional conversations? And maybe there's a little bit less, which would make kind of the staffing and the coordination a little bit easier. So there's kind of a two-step effort to fill some of those holes in. Good question.
Thanks, Fletcher. Any other questions? Hi, Benny, welcome. Hello. Okay. I'll let Patricia know that we are ready for Hi, Patricia.
Hello.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
I can go ahead and share.
How's everyone doing this morning? All caffeinated, ready for budget, finance information?
Maybe a little more caffeine.
Fletcher primed us really well.
All right.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. Well, we're going here. So the main topics I'm going to focus on, if Andre, you want to go to the next slide. We'll look at the Outdoor Equity Grant Fund, specifically the lottery revenue and targets and kind of where we are and how things are looking. Also look at House Bill 25-1215 and how that plays into our revenue, and keeping our fingers crossed that everything aligns and we can get the maximal revenue from the lottery spillover. I'll also show you the fund balance, what it is currently. Then we'll look at current grantee expenditures and just give you a snapshot of how that's looking with our 2 cohorts. And then talk about the FY26 budget and what you have to award for this next grant cycle. So we'll go to the next slide and look at the lottery revenue and the spillover target. So I'm not sure how many new faces we have, but the main source of revenue for the Outdoor Equity Grant Program is from the lottery spillover. And that was enacted in House Bill 21-1318. So we're in our 6th year of the program. But how that works is once we hit this, CPI cap from what goes into GoCo, then it spills over to the Outdoor Equity Grant Program. And what we need this year based on the CPI calculation is that $87,989,409. So that's just to give us $1. What we need to fully fund is that 91 million or almost 92 million. And that fully funding would be $4 million. And that's related to that House bill that just passed. And I'll show you that in a future slide. So what that means is the average monthly revenue we need to see going into GoCo to make it spill over is that 7.2 million. The average we need to fully fund is that 7.6. And what I have to show you right now for July and August, we're just a hair under the average to even get this spillover. So we still have some ways to go here. I did just check this morning just to see if we have September's, and we didn't even get August's numbers until the 21st of October. So we just have a huge lag in getting that information. I was hoping I could share with you, give you a first quarter kind of snapshot, but I just don't have that report yet from Treasury. So I can't give you any more tea leaves there. One encouraging note or hope, our revenue in FY24. So we know FY25 was not a great year for revenue. But we did have 98 million in that GoCo revenue that then spilled over. So, hey, if we can hit that, that's way more than the 92 million we need to fully fund. So if we have a year like fiscal year 24, things are going to be great for the program. So we just got to keep our fingers crossed, keep promoting for people to support getting those lottery tickets. And that will help make us to our goal to fully fund our Outdoor Equity Grant Program. So the next slide is just another way to show you, this is the actual snapshot of the report we get each month from the Treasury. And it's just essentially showing the new calculation where we get 4 million plus 10% after the other waterfalls happen. And our current adjusted CPI target is that about 88 million. So this is just another snapshot of what we look at each month when we get that report from Treasury. So the next slide is just to show you this last legislative session, House Bill 25-1215, gave us some additional revenue, assuming that we get the lottery to spill over and all these other things to happen. But the cool thing is, if we get the revenue, we get the first 4 million. So in the past, when we initially set up the program, it went up to 3 million and that was it. Well, we've had such a great response from the community and such a need that people lobbied, and we were successful in getting an additional $1 million to go towards the program. So that's pretty exciting that we have that opportunity. We just need to get that lottery revenue to continue to be strong and to help us to meet our goals with the funding side of things. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide, and this is just a reminder. We're in a unique position. Usually when I'm talking to you, we have more revenue than we have spending authority, and you're always asking me, hey, when can we spend that interest that we've been building up, or when can we spend the money that we didn't spend everything we had authority for from our operating side? When can we award that out? Well, now we're in the reverse. We have $4 million in spending authority in the long bill, but we don't have the revenue because of the shortfall from FY25 with the lottery. So we're going to have to do things a little bit differently, because the spending authority, again, is like our credit limit. We have a really high credit limit, but we don't have the cash in our bank account to go on a spending spree. So we have to be a little more judicious in how we manage things this year. All right, so next we're going to look at our fund balance. And again, this is the revenue from lottery, but we also get revenue from interest, and that's that second bullet there. That $15,114 is revenue from interest. So we do get interest that comes in every month based on how much is in the fund and the percentage rate based on LIBOR. So our starting fund balance is about $4.5 million. We got a little bit of revenue. We've had some grantees spend on their grants at about $215,000. So our net fund balance is $4.3 million. So you're like, hey, that's pretty good. Where's our crunch here with our fund? Well, a lot of that is obligated or encumbered to the grantees. So the grantees haven't spent it yet, but we've essentially contracted and promised it to them. So we have to make sure we hold that aside for them. So we have about 3.7 million encumbered, and that's where a lot of those grants that from the FY24 and FY25 cohort are obligated for them. So once we take out those encumbrances, we're looking at about $620,000 in unobligated fund balance. So that's money that would be available to redeploy or just let it rest and grow with the interest, so we can use it for future award cycle. Okay, we're gonna just give you a reminder. This slide you've seen before, but I just thought it's helped to give context for anybody that's new on the board. So since inception, these are the closed cohorts that we've had come through the program. So the first cohort expired June 30th of 2024. We only had $58 that we had unspent. It goes back into the fund balance, so it's not lost. Then the next cohort that expired also June 30th is just funding from the general fund that was also 100% spent. And then our cohort that just finished on June 30th of 2025, so this past June, we only had $820 unspent. So our grantees just did a fantastic job, whatever they requested, getting their program objectives met, spending that funding down. And so we really are appreciative to those grantees for doing a great job and only having that $820 unspent. So for the next slide, for our FY24 cohort, so their awards end of December. So it's coming up just like a month and a half away. It's crazy how time flies. One caveat is the funding doesn't end until June 30th. So if any of the grantees, can we get a little bit more time? That's something we can work with them if they need more time to finish up any of their deliverables. We do have this funding until June 30th. And then even then, if there's extenuating circumstances, I can do some moving around on the back end if they even need more than that. We try and just give them that 6 months, but we can be flexible if there's extenuating circumstances with a certain grantee and they need more beyond the 630. I'll just move some funding around to make that available through a different appropriation. So for this cohort, we awarded $2.4 million to 36 agencies. We had one agency withdrew, so we do have $78,000 or almost $79,000 that we could redeploy if the board would like to, or we can just let it sit there and stay in the fund balance. They've already spent almost 1.5 million, so about 62% of the awarded amount. We still have a good chunk encumbered, 875,000. But as far as obligated, 97% obligated. We've already closed 19 awards, which is over half of the awards. So we're doing pretty good. One thing to note, a lot of the grantees receive advance payments. And so whenever we do advance payments to our grantees, it's more like a loan. So any of the data I'm showing here will not show any of the advance payments. We wait until they work off whatever that advance was with their showing in their report. Okay, we did these things. Here's what we spent. And then we will, on our accounting side, actually expense the funds. So sometimes it can look, wow, that 875,000, that's a lot for having a month and a half left, but it's really just waiting for those final reports to come in. They may be completed, but they have to get all their reports done, send it to us. We have to review them and process everything. So there can always be, not always, there can be a lag in showing what they've actually spent. So I'd say this is pretty conservative, to be honest, because of those nuances with the advance payment process and then getting those reports in and expensing the costs from what the grantees reports show. And then the next slide is our most recent cohort that was just awarded around this time last year. So we'll go to the FY25 cohort. So we awarded just shy of 3 million to 36 agencies. We had one agency that partially withdrew. They spent a little bit and, things happen that they're unable to meet the commitments with which they submitted their grant proposal for. So we do have, again, another little bit, $56,000 we could redeploy if the board is interested in doing that. So far they've just spent 4%, but we do have a large amount encumbered, that almost 2.8 million, and so we're at 98% obligated. These don't end until a year from now, December 31st, 2026. So there's a lot of runway ahead, and we know a lot of these programs do things over the summer months, so we can see that they're just getting started. They have had their first summer, but if they're going to do anything else in the next spring and summer, there's still plenty of opportunity for them to do that. And the other reminder is the same thing for this group. A lot of them get those advance payments, and so they have money to work off of, but it doesn't show up in our accounting books until they've reported on the deliverables and spent the advances. Then we would expense the funds.
Yeah, and then for a little bit more background there, we asked for reports in June and December. So we haven't received reports for any work that was done kind of like since June 1st. So I would expect this to go down quite a lot by January when I get all of those reports.
Yes, very good point. Okay, so this next slide's exciting. So once we had confirmation that, gosh, we're not going to get any lottery funding this last fiscal year, hey, what can we do to try and make sure that we can still run the program, we can still give out grants? So in late August, we requested $1 million from GoCo to help support due to our revenue shortfall. And they graciously approved on the end of September, Resolution 2025-15 to grant us $1 million for the Outdoor Equity Grant Program from their reserve fund. And that $1 million is available through December 31st, 2027. So it gives us plenty of time to award out and allow the grantees to spend, and then for us to close out those grants, and then to do our reporting to GoCo. So it gives us a good amount of time to make sure we give the grantees time and we have time to do our closeout process too for that grant. So we're excited to have that additional $1 million from GoCo. And that leads us to the next slide, which is what everybody wants to know is what is our target for awards for the FY26 cycle? So we have from the long bill, we have 500,000 from Parks Cash. We have 500,000 from Wildlife Cash Fund. We have $1 million from this GoCo grant. So we have a total of 2 million to award out. So not as much as in the past where we had the 3 million to go off of when we had the lottery funds, but still a good amount to keep the momentum and the good work that the local communities are doing. And I did add, if the board would like, we have that old unobligated money from the grantees that withdrew, or just little breadcrumbs that were unspent. And I checked the appropriation balance, and we have about 185,000. So if the board wants to make it, 2,185,000, that's totally fine. We can work with that. But the new money is the 2 million, and that's what we have to work with for awarding out this next cycle. So the next slide is just to show you, again, we have that mismatch that the long bill has 4 million, which is our spending authority, or that kind of credit limit, but we don't have the cash on hand. So that's why I just wanted to, if people are confused, hey, I thought we have 4 million. Well, we have the credit limit to spend 4 million, but we don't have the cash. So we can't spend what we don't have, essentially. And then I just also highlighted that this particular year we have 500,000 coming from Wildlife Cash and 500 coming from from the Parks Cash Fund. One thing to note, our executive committee wants to, this does say from the Outdoor Equity Fund 3 million. Well, we know we don't have that. We have about 600,000 in the fund balance. And our our EMT wants to let that rest, let that restore, and just focus on, the Wildlife and Parks Cash and the GoCo monies to give you the 2 million to work with. And that way, who knows what the future holds? Who knows what is going to happen as we keep our eyes on the lottery revenues coming in, and we can save that and have that available for future funding cycles. So that's kind of the plan behind the scenes and kind of what's going on, where it looks a little confusing, but the bottom line is you have the 2 million, and you can add that 186 if you want from the old money. Happy to accommodate that. The next slide just shows you, I've been, each time we meet, I show you kind of the timeline of, we have to wait for the lottery money to come in and then we can award it out. Well, now you have a better understanding why we wait for that money to come in, because you don't know what it's going to be. So here we are we don't have any lottery funds, but we do have the Parks and Wildlife Cash Funds, as well as the GoCo funds for the FY26 cohort. And then we'll just see what happens from there as far as getting that lottery money for future funding. So that is all I have prepared for you. Hopefully I didn't lose too many of you, but I'm happy to take any questions you might have, or just let it soak in. If you have questions that come up later, I'm happy to respond to those as well.
I might just jump in real quick. Thank you, Patricia, for sharing that info. One piece that she touched on at the end that I just wanted to highlight. So with the, $500,000 from Wildlife Cash, $500,000 from Parks Cash, that's kind of us putting in those license or registrations dollars, however you think about it. And then we have the $1 million from GoCo. We did have that conversation about the lottery funding itself and that kind of interest or the unspent. The reason, Patricia had made that comment at the end about letting that rest is you all see that lottery forecast right now, I wouldn't say is rosy. So, we can all make jokes about wishing for Powerballs, but knowing that we don't know what the future will be, GoCo was very, you need to thank them. The board was also very clear, like this is a reserve fund, kind of a one-time thing. They made it pretty clear, and Chris can speak to this however he feels appropriate. They were like, this is not going to be something you can count on every year. So we were like, well, knowing that, because they, again, give out money to all sorts of folks, it was like, well, maybe that's why it makes sense to have that kind of reserve, the lottery to hopefully grow. Interest isn't, that's only going to be so much, but to have that there not knowing what the future revenue. So that was the kind of the rationale behind that decision. And I think that, and Patricia, please correct me, but I think with the 185, that would be another way to think about it, is we just want to, and you hold that as kind of that reserve for the future, or, I mean, that's your decision, to be very clear with that 185, but that's why we made that recommendation about the water. So I just wanted to provide a little bit more, because I didn't do a good job of covering that in the beginning. Thank you, Patricia.
Yep, that you covered it. So, but happy to clarify or answer any other questions from the group.
Thank you, Patricia. It's Benny.
Hi, Benny.
Did I miss, so how's the lottery doing so far? Did I miss, do we have a sense
So
of?
that one, let's see, that's back up on slide 3. So I don't know if Andrea, you want to. So far it's not great. So we're still under what we need to even have it spill over. But I only have 2 months of data, so it's not good.
Oh.
It's not a lot of information. So that table at the bottom is where you can see for FY26 what we've received so far. It's about 14 million. So we're just you can see that last 7.7,328,426 is that the July August average, and we need it to at least be 7,332 to spill over, and we really want it to be 7.6 to get us to fully fund. So there's still work to be done, but that's where, like, I was really hoping I could show you September's to give you a kind of quarter snapshot, but as I mentioned, it'll probably still be a couple more weeks before we get it from Treasury. So so the next time you meet, I'm happy to give you another update and keep you posted on as we see those revenue numbers come in each month.
Thank you.
I've just got a quick question too. Thanks for all this, Patricia. Obviously, when we meet, we will get updates from you. Is there some easy way to, like, on the lottery website to track this?
Not that I'm aware, because when the revenue comes in, there's a lot of things behind the scenes to follow statute as far as, how much the lottery keeps to dole out, how much they give to Parks and Wildlife. So off the top, Parks and Wildlife, we get 10% of the revenues that come in after they save for payouts. And that's in the Constitution. Then it goes to the Conservation Trust Fund. They get the next 40%. Then after that, it goes to GoCo. And then they get up to that spillover, which is about 88 million. And then it comes to us. So there's a lot of things that happen before that, are calculated behind the scenes. So I'm not aware of any way for you to keep an eye on other than me helping keep you informed.
Okay, thank you.
You could chat with us too, Connor. Cool. And maybe at a future board meeting, getting an update from the lottery on what they've been doing.
Yeah.
Because I know we had an update at the board meeting in September. And, while some of the things they're doing are a couple years away still, just because of processes and everything, but some of the things they're working on are really exciting, that hopefully will then help increase revenues. Because they had gone and gotten additional funds for more marketing and more staff support and everything. So getting an update to us where they are on all of that.
Yeah, I think that would be super valuable. It is like a pretty exciting, ambitious plan they have. I think it's like 11 new FTE, and it will certainly take time to implement and execute on. But in future years, we should see if that all works well. We should see really healthy growth. So I think that'd be a great idea.
Yeah, I did reach out to Adrian, and I think maybe my email got lost in her inbox because I didn't hear back for her to come to this meeting. But I know she's more than willing to come and give a presentation as well. And Tom.
I want to add just a comment around the hold. and I completely agree. I do think that if we're gonna sit on money, which is the biggest criticism of philanthropy ever, is that you sit on money while community needs money. And this is a really tough time sitting on money. So I think I would recommend that we, the board, have a very tight message around that. Because when we get asked the question, why you're sitting on money, I want to be able to say exactly what I heard today, right? Like we either sit on money today so that we can potentially still have money next year to do something, or we not today and know that next year we may not have any. So, I mean, I think that's a reasonable response, but I do think this board should have a response. This is a tough time for community, and philanthropy is just being buried because they're sitting on money.
Wait, sorry, I may have missed that. Where are we sitting on money, or is it the possibility of sitting on money?
Possibility.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
there's
is-
$185,000 that was from some withdrawn grants.
Sure.
And then just little bits. So it's about 185,000 that we could either add into what we grant this year or hold it over until next year with that kind of unknown of, you know, what will lottery do?
And we'll decide that today.
Yeah,
right?
and especially
if we
understanding
decide.
that Goga saying, hey, that million is like a one-time support, or it's not always available, so just kind of like a rainy day fund.
And to your point, it's like if we decide to withhold, then we have to be super strategic, right, Benny?
Well, I just think I want to be able to answer that question in a reasonable way, and I think we all need to answer the question exactly the same way.
Oh, yeah, and I think also if it's possible next year there is not the money, and that
That's
money
right.
sitting there, kind of go to technical support to the organizations that we already supported this year. Where can it go if we're not able, you know, put an RFP and all that for $185,000?
So
Does it really make
Patricia,
sense?
can you explain the difference between the $185,000 and then I think it's like the $689,000?
Yeah, so the 185,000 is appropriated funds from these old cohorts that are still open. So our appropriations last for 3 years. And so because they're still open, that I can, you know, essentially spend those down, even though they're with new I'll just say I can spend those down if you say yes, we want to award, you know, 2,185,000. I can fully spend those old cohorts and not leave any money on the table. So that way you can award more in this round. If you're like, nope, we want to, you know, let that stay in the fund balance. We want, you know, to preserve that for the next round because we just don't know enough information right now. We can totally do that as well. And I would just show you, you know, oh, here's from, you know, the FY24 cohort that just ended or will be ending. There's going to be funds that aren't spent that just go back into the fund balance. So the other money is there isn't an appropriation with the other. I mean, 619, you have to take out the 185,000. So I can't do mental math that fast. But anyway, that, you know, that money I don't have spending authority for from these old appropriations that are good for 3 years because they're already closed out. So I don't have the spending authority like I do with that 185,000. So sorry, it gets a little messy behind the scenes, but that's where I'm saying, hey, if you're like, man, that would be nice, we could give out, you know, a few more awards. We can do that because I still have the spending authority open in these 2 cohorts that they've left, just due to grantees not spending all of what they had or withdrawing from the program.
And then just to be clear, depending on how lottery goes, this unobligated fund balance could be available next year. So it's not 185,000, it's that 619,000. So over
Right.
$500,000 if we don't
Right.
spend.
And
But-
it will grow a little bit based on revenue, and you can see that 15,000. I'm estimating this year we'll get about 65,000 total. So a lot less than we did when we had more money coming in. We were averaging about 100,000. But now that we're just, we're not getting the revenue and we're just slowly kind of spending, that interest is going to go down. So we'll get a little bit more in interest, but not a whole lot. So that fund balance amount isn't going to change a whole lot.
Just a quick question, Patricia, and maybe I misunderstood. When talking about we have 3 years, I think is the 3
Yes.
years, saying like that's, so from the fund, what, 2 years ago or 2 cycles ago, that money is only available for 1 more year in that 3-year period?
Right. If you go to the, I think it's slide, let me see. Yeah, slide 12 for you. So you can see where it says that funding ends on June 30th, 2026. So it all is in the outdoor equity grant fund, but the appropriation we get each year for each cohort, but that appropriation lasts 3 years, and that's in the long bill to allow for each of the those grantees to have time to do their programming.
Right, but we get to keep that continuously. That 3-year marker is just for the grantee, not for us and that money. Like, we can keep that for another year and it's no big deal, and we can use it next year.
So whatever isn't spent stays in the fund balance.
Okay.
And
Okay.
that's where that 6 million. So whatever, the grantees, whatever happens, it just stays in the fund. Some programs are set up where it gets swept and it goes to the general fund.
Right.
This program is not that way. It just sits in the fund. Yeah.
Thank you, that was my clarification.
Okay. Good questions, you guys. I'm glad I got the morning slot.
Any other questions while we have Patricia?
All right. Well, if you do come up with any others throughout the day or other discussions, Andrea can chat me or email, and I'll get you answers.
Wonderful. Thank you,
Thank you.
Patricia.
Thank you,
Thank
Patricia.
you.
All right, we are running ahead of schedule. We do have a break scheduled next, so let's go ahead and take a break. I'm gonna send a message out to the rest of the building that they can grab the rest of breakfast. So if you want to grab something else before it disappears, can take some time to do that. Let's come back at, let's do 15 minutes just because we have time, and come back at 9:57, and I'll see if Jason can hop on a little bit early and get started. And recording going. So yeah, Jason, I will hand it over to you. I think a lot of folks know you, but if you want to introduce yourself, and I'll get your slides going here.
Excellent. I'll just wait for that first slide and I'll jump right into it. I know a lot of folks here, so it's good to see some familiar faces. And I'm excited to talk to you about some of this work. So, there we go.
Sorry, my computer is a little bit
Outdated?
Oh no. The government computer.
We work for the state.
All right, let's see if this works.
All right, this is perfect. Well, good afternoon. Well, is it afternoon there yet? No, it isn't. I keep
We're
forgetting.
still morning.
It's still morning. I'm East Coast, so I apologize. Well, good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. Thank you again, Andrea and board, for inviting me to share some of these not preliminary, but the actual findings from the Rising Routes, a roadmap for Colorado's outdoor access ecosystem. It's a pleasure to be here with you today to discuss some of this transformative work that Rising Routes has been endeavoring, has been planning, has been investigating, has been taking stock of in this outdoor access ecosystem. And, you know, when I say outdoor access ecosystem, and you'll hear that a lot, what I mean is a community interactions that create a self-sustaining system. And at Rising Routes, we've been learning a great deal. I think over the last 18 months or more, if not longer, I would say 5 years or more I've been in this business, but been learning a great deal about the ecosystem of specifically outdoor education and recreation providers who are, at least in my eyes, some of the essential workers of the outdoors. And who are helping really sustain some of Colorado's economy. A lot of you know them. A lot of them are your teachers or your mentors or your friends, loved ones. There are children's caregivers and leaders of their after-school programs. There's a multitude of different types. They are, again, like I say, in every way, the essential workers of the outdoors. Not only are they providing and this is nothing new to you all, the access to the outdoors, but also to health, to the educational and career building benefits of Colorado's outdoors. But they're also but they're also providing a place of belonging, of cultural inclusion and economic opportunity. Next slide. So again, if you don't know me already, my name is Jason Swan. I'm the founder and executive director of Rising Routes Alliance. That's just one of my many roles. I also am the conservation finance director for the Trust of Public Land for the Intermountain West. I work primarily here in Colorado, but my work does span across our 4 corner states, Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico, helping local and state governments to design, pass, and implement ballot measures to create public funding for conservation efforts. And I've been doing that for a little over 4 years. Rising Routes itself, Rising Routes Alliance, just recently became a nonprofit back in 2024. We have a 7-member board. A lot of folks that you all know, I didn't put them up here for the purposes of trying to get through all this information. But our mission is to strengthen the outdoor access ecosystem by supporting the leaders and organizations driving it forward. And we do that through research, which we'll talk about today. We do that through advocacy, which we'll talk about today very quickly on that. And this social infrastructure, this is going to be critical, I think, to this conversation too, because it's a way to be able to support you all in the work that you do, that helps a lot of these providers collaborate effectively. And our vision is to, we envision a connected web of people and organizations working in harmony so that every person can discover their purpose, power, and place through nature. This presentation will summarize a statewide study of 81 outdoor education and recreation providers representing a multitude of different type of organizations, from nonprofits to businesses to public agencies across every region of Colorado. And today's purpose is simple for the OEGP board. We want to help decision makers like this board understand where is the greatest need and leverage points lie, so funding can create the strongest statewide impact. Next slide. And I'll fill some questions at the end because I'm sure there'll be plenty. So why does this matter now? Again, I think Connor may be here, so you all know this. And everybody here probably knows this stat because we talk about it all the time. But the Colorado outdoor recreation economy generated $65.8 billion in total economic output and 404,000 jobs in 2023, 12.5% of the state workforce. And yet, beneath this success, the systems sustaining it are really under strain, and that's what this report will highlight. We know that children now spend 7.7 hours a day on entertainment media, and 1 in 5 face serious mental health challenges. I just can't imagine. I think about 7.7 hours a day, and I think about even how much time I spend on my phone, but usually not on entertainment media, usually working. So it's a little bit different. But 79% of young adults report feeling lonely, and participation by people of color remains just 26%, though we make up 40% of the US population. So there's a divide there. And that stat came from the OIA. And outdoor recreation clearly improves, as we all know, well-being and community connection, but the providers, the ones we are here to talk about today, those that are creating opportunities, are often operating within these fragile, fragmented systems. And so that's the focus of today's study. Next slide, thank you. So let's talk about this study. I'm gonna give you a little context and background about kind of how we got here. We work with CPW, let me not start. I know you all know these acronyms, but try to not do that. Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Great Outdoors Colorado, Colorado for Association for Environmental Education. We even work with Andrea on this pretty in depth on this as well. So I always include the OEGP. And then all the partners you see there highlighted below, we work with too, including the Willis Society, who is pretty critical in all of this. So we distributed a very comprehensive survey to more than about 400 providers, organizations statewide, and we received 81 validated responses. You would think we would receive more, and believe me, we learned a lot from doing this research the first time. And now we really know what we're doing if we ever try to replicate it, one in other states, but also to do this again, hopefully every year, so we can continue to get insights into these providers. But we learn a lot, and now we know how to do it better. Anyway, I'll get to that in a minute. We analyze this data both from a quantitative metrics and qualitative insights, and the methodology was inductive, iterative, and inclusive, centering the experience of organizations serving historically underserved represented communities. And so this is a statistically valid and representative snapshot of Colorado's outdoor access ecosystem. Next slide. And most of these photos were either taken by me. I just want to share that with you. So I do have skills behind the camera. So if you ever need a photo, I charge a lot. Okay, so let's talk about kind of the geographic and organizational diversity of the providers. So expanded in all sectors. So I share this map because I wanted to give you some stats that we had. So the Front Range, which is no surprises, was overly sampled, and people who overly took the survey. So 62% of those were surveyed in that area. The Western Slope, 24%, and Eastern Plains was about 14%. But what we did learn is that roughly 1/4 of these providers serve multiple regions statewide. So that's interesting to know. So there's not just one in one geographic area. 1/4 of them are actually serving multiple regions. And so again, these include small grassroots nonprofits, they're municipal programs, they're for-profit outfitters, and state or federal agencies. So a lot of people, as far as the diversity of types of organizations, there's a lot of different types. So I'm glad that we were able to look at that. And I would encourage all of you to go into the report and read it yourself, because there's some insights I won't share on this call for the lack of time. But it does also go into kind of the operational income, right, from small, mid, and large organizations, and really breaks it down between those orgs and what they're dealing with. So I'm not going to go all in depth, but hopefully this presentation will help you make some better informed decisions about the providers that you want to fund. So next slide. All right, let's jump into the systemic barriers that we saw. And again, our research surfaced these 4 interconnected barriers affecting providers in Colorado, but at a glance, I'm sure none of this is surprised from you all. You all know this, even if it was an assumption or you have a lived experience of this, none of this is probably surprising. But what we have heard from a lot of the providers that we've talked to who have read this report is that a lot of these barriers were really validating to them and their experiences on the ground. So, and again, these issues aren't new, but they continue to disproportionately affect organizations doing the most to serve historically excluded communities. So I think it's helpful to make sure I go through each one of these. So I'm going to start with that first one, which is funding instability. We all need money. Everybody needs money. I mean, I can go to every sector of every group of every organization across the state, and this is probably what they're going to tell you. They don't have enough money. And that's why the OEGP board was created, right? Across all the reasons, unpredictable grant cycles and limited flexible revenue are the primary stressors of these providers. What we did do is break it down a little bit to say that, you know, what we found was front range providers show more diversified revenue portfolios, while the Western Slope and Eastern Plains organizations rely mostly on short-term grants and donations, making long-term planning nearly impossible. And what this means for the OEGP board is that, you know, when you're evaluating your proposals, which I'm sure you already do, is and are probably already have since we've been through multiple cycles, is to consider multi-year flexible funding for more of the small and rural organizations. And again, I know a lot of this isn't surprising. I just want to validate some of what you already know. And what I always say is, and I've said this 1,000 times to Andrea, I know she knows it, but you know, program funding or funding a program in itself alone won't stabilize the system. I think we really, what I really found is capacity funding is what people really need, is capacity funding. Stay on this slide. The second thing is the workforce development gaps. This is important. This is huge, actually. So leadership training ranked the highest across all the regions. So, you know, you saw 95% Front Range, 80% Plains, 66% Western Slope providers cited that this was a really critical need. And one of the quotes that I got from one of the respondents said, "It's hard to find people of color who are certified in wildlife first aid and water sports to be adventure guides. We need funding to pay for training and to keep them hired long term." And what this means for the OEGP is that, you know, you want to target part of the funding portfolio towards people, you know, or at least considering people as infrastructure, right? So training, leadership incubations, and retention, especially for BIPOC, rural, and emerging leaders, is critical. And so I just wanted to make that highlight. And then, again, no surprises here, physical access barriers. You know, we saw 30% of providers rely primarily on donated gear, which is often inconsistent and outdated. So the other thing we saw is transportation still remains one of the single biggest limiters, barriers here, with many organizations lacking vehicles or trailers to, you know, move equipment or move participants around, which again, I know that's one of the mandates that this OEGP board can fund. But what it means for OEGP is just investing in transportation and shared gear infrastructure, we all know can greatly expand access to participation. And we know that most grants don't usually fund capital costs for individual, for essential things like this. But, you know, I guess the takeaway here for me is this barrier systematically excludes participants based on, you know, people resource access rather than their interests. And so we just want to make sure that we're, you know, if there are grants that need, you know, a car or something like that, it would be great to look into. And then 4, which I found to be the most, this, you know, I think the Denver Nature, the Metro Denver Nature Alliance just did, and I'm I guess continuing to work on their strategic plan for the RPI, Regional Partnership Initiative there. And what's the name of the organization? Keystone Policy Center is kind of their facilitator in helping with that. And she came to my session with the Everyone Outdoors Colorado, and she was saying, wow, you know, everything you're talking about validates what we also found in our research, and particularly around fragmented collaboration. And so this is one part that I'm really trying to better understand and to really solve for. And I'll share with you in a minute. But most partnerships form locally or informally. There's no statewide structure to really sustain or scale collaboration. And small organizations, want to work together but lack capacity and digital tools is what we found. I mean, I wouldn't say that there's no statewide structure. You have the regional partnership initiatives. You have, God, I'm missing something that's coming to mind that I can't think of right now. But anyway, there are some systems, but this is what they're saying. So maybe they don't know about it, the information that's out there to get to them. So that's a problem. But what this means for the OEGP is, funding proposals that include, when you come across funding proposals that include shared resources, when you come proposals that have regional coordination or administrative coordination and collaboration, I think those should be prioritized because they're multiplying the collective impact rather than duplicating efforts across our state. And that's where I see the most opportunity. And so I'll just highlight what I just went over here, just a real second before we move to the next slide. And that is when we map these barriers, and the reason why we did it, it's a clear pattern starts to emerge. Rural regions face compounding disadvantages from what we saw. Lower funding diversity, limited staff, and fewer transportation assets. Front range providers report better connectivity and access for funders, but also a higher demand pressure. More people want to use them. And so what I believe to achieve equity, funding must be distributed not only by program quality, but by regional need and systemic leverage. And again, this isn't anything new to you. I hate having like I'm speaking towards you, but a lot of you know this, want to just make sure we're validating it. And we don't want our research to sit on a shelf, right? That's not who I am. That's not what I do. I believe in collaboration as much as possible. And we've already begun developing programs to help kind of create this systemic solutions tied to some of these barriers. So next slide. And we're going to have plenty of time to talk, to field questions since I think this is for an hour and I've put this together for only 30 minutes. So. Okay, spotlight programs. All right, so, and I'm going to read this verbatim because I think this is important, and this has come directly from our research. So despite widespread interest in collaboration, organizations lack the tools to find and connect with each other effectively, right? That's what we discovered. The data showed that most partnerships form through geographic proximity or existing relationships rather than like that strategic alignment, with interregional connections particularly rare. So this fragmentation disproportionately affects smaller and rural organizations, which our survey identified as having the greatest need for resource sharing, but the least capacity to initiate partnerships. So to address this specific challenge identified in our research, what Rising Routes is developing is a statewide interactive social platform in partnership with Green Ghost Map and the CIO and founder Rochelle Maines with RSM Collective. It's a collective expertise in technology, marketing, and sales to create solutions that achieve today's modernization goals and accelerate future innovation. So they're all tech folks, and they've been helping me through create this social platform. So this tool is designed to bring the entire outdoor access ecosystem into view. So nonprofits, government agencies, funders, and communities can collaborate more intentionally and more equitably. Next slide. All right, so here's kind of a small view of what that looks like. It's still being in development. We also do anticipate doing some beta testing. I've had conversations with a multitude of state leaders here in Colorado who are developing maps OEGP already has a map as well, and mapped some of this work. I've talked to people in California, New Mexico, Arizona, you name it, to see what other maps is this that are similar. It's interesting because one of the biggest things that I've learned is that even though they're mapping and most of it is just a static directory, right? This is more of an interactive, collaborative social platform that we're creating. But what I've learned by all these conversations is that people don't use it. That's just plain and simple. There's the usability, people are not using it. And if people are not using it, they don't see the value in it because, oftentimes, these providers, oh, we just got another platform that we got to sign up for, we got to log into, and that we got to coordinate with folks. So we're trying to solve for why are people not using it, right? And so anyway, I just wanted to share that insight with you. So what this is going to do, essentially what we hope it will do, is that for the users, so families and individuals, basically the public, especially in underserved communities, can easily find trusted and relevant opportunities nearby. Nonprofit and community-based organizations, which I would think, the outdoor education recreation providers, can gain visibility. They can discover new partners. They can connect across regions in real time and do some strategic planning and focusing on people that can actually help them with their work. I think for their users with funders and advocates, they can use the spatial insights into this platform to target investment and understand coverage gaps. And then the policy and planning leaders can gain the tools that make more informed, data-driven decisions about land use, program funding, and equity strategies. So I think the takeaway for this, for the OEGP board is, this could complement your own grant data and mapping and reveal where funding programs cluster and where gaps persist. So I'm still working and still refining and still making sure that I don't put this out there to the public and nobody uses it. We're going to make sure that we solve for those issues first. So happy to field more questions about that at the end. Next slide. All right, now, we always talk about, we don't need another coalition, another group to do more work in this field. It seems like everybody has a coalition, but, I think what's interesting, especially after having an opportunity to help pass the Outdoor Equity Grant Program back in 2021, I believe it was, and then, seek more funding this past legislative session, which was a success, is that, these groups continue to be informal. They come together only when there's a need and then they get disbanded. So it's very informal and ad hoc. And I'm just not looking to do that. There's too much going on across our state, too many strategies from outdoor rec perspective or conservation or, funding, sustainability, these providers are doing a lot of powerful work, but they're often doing it in isolation. So again, smaller nonprofits and BIPOC-led organizations rarely have the time, the connections, and the political capital to engage in policy conversations. And public agencies and funders don't always hear from the people closest to the work. And again, as we already notated, collaboration across these regions or sectors is often informal at best. So to change that, Rising Routes is convening a formal statewide advocacy group, which is a structured, inclusive coalition that will serve as a collective voice for Colorado's outdoor recreation education providers, specifically, and specifically for underserved communities with the focus on outdoor equity. Now, I can go all into the things that we may want to address I can tell you what I think is important, but I think that the biggest thing is that there's a lot more, we're in the design phase to build that structure and the governance and the strategy, and it's going to be co-designed directly with the providers themselves. So you hear more about this in the starting new year. We've already been developing and planning and strategizing with quite a few folks, including the Wilderness Society and a few others. So again, I always go back to how this can help the OEGP board. And I think a structured coalition creates that consistent feedback loops between the on-the-ground providers and funding agencies, making a lot of this future grant cycles more responsive and transparent. Next slide, please. We're almost done, y'all. Y'all can stop hearing my beautiful deep voice. Let's see here. Okay, last one, and this is irrelevant to Colorado, but relevant, right? Because we're looking to replicate this research in other states, both New Mexico. We already got a coalition on the ground there. We already basically have funding from the right funder to really replicate this research there. And because of our experiences and all the pitfalls and mistakes that we made in Colorado, we know how to make this a lot better and kind of how to go back about it a lot quicker and more efficiently. In Arizona, I'm leading a coalition there for Arizona Outdoors for All. And then there's a North Carolina Outdoors for All. And then hopefully a Pennsylvania Outdoors for All coalition. We're actually working with the William Penn Foundation to help establish that. We'll see where that goes. But these 3 states right now are the ones that are inherently the next states that are actively already talking to and hopefully can replicate this research. But if we can crosswalk what the issues here and the issues in other states and combine it and be able to come out with a full report to show kind of how all of these are interconnected, just maybe there'll be some unveiling of solutions that can make our work a lot more efficient and hopefully solve for some of the barriers that we just discussed. So I just wanted to share that with you out loud. Next slide. Okay, so here are some actions that I think, you can take away from what I just talked about today. Again, I can't stress enough, there's a QR code literally on every slide I think I shared. So I'm trying to get y'all to read it if you can. I think it's a fun read and it's beautiful photos, mostly taken by me in there. So if you don't want to read the content, just look at the beautiful photos. And, it's 55 pages, but, a lot of times when you see something that it'll deter you from actually wanting to read all that, but I promise you there's like maybe 10 pages of just beautiful photos, and then there's an appendix which is probably like 5 more pages, so it's really a small report once you get going. But based on the data, here are 4 actionable levers the board can consider as it evaluates future funding rounds. So 1, fund infrastructure, not just programs. Like I said, capacity is important. Transportation, gear libraries, and administrative systems. That back-end work that nobody really wants to fund, but it's so critical to the work getting actually done. Because I can tell you from what I've read and the people I've met across the state who are doing this work is that they're so focused on programmatic work that the back-end stuff gets left behind. And next thing you know, the systems get, the organization crumbles because they haven't had support from the back end perspective. So, and that technical assistance or that administrative systems that need to get funded. So, and I'm not sure if that's something that already gets funded through OEGP, like capacity building grants, but we can talk about it later. And then, again, I think you're already doing a lot of this stuff, but I just want to reiterate, if you're not, prioritize multi-year flexible support, especially for small and rural providers. I don't need to go into depth in that. Invest in leadership and workforce development. I really do think this is critical here. Look, I've already showed you about the people who are not participating, the geographic diversity that's happening across our state and across our nation, and the ethnic and racial diversity that's happening. We need to start. I was just talking to a provider. I can't remember his name right now. I'm sorry, but he's he's a outfitter, and he's on Connor's board, advisory board. And
Probably Ken Murphy.
Yeah, Ken Murphy. He was talking about it. He was like, man, he said, and one of the things he said, most of all my guys are white. He said, but our geographic area is like, I can't remember the percentage, but it overwhelmingly Hispanic, and so we don't have, we need to start training those folks to get ready for the change that is coming. And he couldn't be more right. So scholarships, technical training, mentorship, I think those are things that need to be thought about a little bit harder when it comes to workforce development. And then support regional collaborative hubs. Again, this isn't new, but if there are people sharing, working together, being collaborative, I mean, I love those types of organizations. They're not just trying to do everything in silos. They're like, okay, I can't do this alone. You have something that I'm already doing and or something that I don't have the skills to do. Let's partner. So shared staffing, vehicles, or resource pools. Those are very good opportunities there. And these all align directly with what I think Outdoor Equity Grant Program goals of sustainable, equitable access. Next slide. All right, so here are some, I thought this would be cool. These are direct quotes from the people that took the survey, and I'm just gonna read a few of them. It said, because of budget cuts, we're under-resourced in key areas like fostering partnerships that reach underrepresented populations. Another provider said, we need consistent funding to keep staff, otherwise the work starts over every year. Another provider, consistent funding sources to keep staff. It's hard to find people of color who are certified in wildlife, first aid, and water sports to be adventure guides. We need funding to pay for training and need funding to keep them hired long-term. And then lastly, we are in a chicken and egg situation with administrative staff. We need more staff to raise more money. We need more money to hire more staff. Some of these quotes were cut short for this presentation, but if you go into the report, you'll see probably a lot more lengthy quotes and a lot more quotes that I shared. Next slide. So our research shows, in closing, that Colorado outdoor access ecosystem is full of heart, it's full of innovation, but it's constrained by systems built to support it. The providers you fund are the essential workers of the outdoors. I think by targeting investments towards capacity, infrastructure, and collaboration, the OEGP can transform a lot of these isolated efforts into a coordinated statewide network. We're eager to share our data set. Again, there's the code there, the mapping tools, and deeper findings with any of the board or staff here and members, if you'd like to explore a little bit about how these insights can strengthen your next funding cycle. So thank you for your time and for the critical role you play in making the outdoors accessible to every Coloradan. Thanks so much. I'll take some questions.
Thanks, Jason. That was great. I especially love this photo of the kids playing Uno in the forest. Awesome. And the expression on that guy's face, he's about to do like a reverse, reverse Uno or something, like ready for it. I love it. I have a question. I know that this research wrapped up, when was it? October 2024. Obviously, there have been a lot of changes, especially in funding for nonprofits, especially for work that is reaching traditionally excluded communities and environmental work. So I would dare to say that a lot of things have changed for these organizations, maybe not in terms of the barriers they face, but maybe just like the direness of the situation. So I'm curious how you all at Rising Routes are just thinking about all the changes that have come in the last year or so, and maybe how we can continue to like be in conversation with these communities to see if those needs have changed, or kind of like how we can be responsive to this current time, or if any more research is kind of like coming up.
No, it's a great question, and thanks for asking, and thanks for the applause. I was hoping for a standing ovation, but I'll take it. So I was just kidding. That picture I just want to share is with Big City Mountaineers, another provider. I took a bunch of kids, eighth graders up back in a long time ago up to it's in Crested Butte, and the Obi Joyful paths somewhere up there. So that was all of them. It was very, and I just share this with you because I think it's important before I answer your question, is that like I saw these kids, mostly 13 years old, go from hating, and we did 7 days out in the wilderness, go from hating being there the first 3 days, and then after a while they just loved it. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th day they were in love with it. I don't know, I just wanted to share that, but it just goes to show you that transformation, because it was all their first time there. So to answer your question, so we've been thinking about this, both myself and the board, about redoing the research because one, we know how to do it better. You know, we have some issues with capturing more of the providers to get more insights from and glean more insights from them, just based off of how we distributed the research. So now we have in our strategic plan and put money behind it to do a statewide listening session, not only to tell the stories of specific providers, but to also continue to do social science work to unveil a little bit more of the insights of what's happening now. So my hope is that, again, we have funding to do it. My hope is to leverage other funding to be able to actually do it in a more robust way this summer. So my hope is that, you know, we can come back by the end of the year and of next year and be able to provide a whole new report. So we do hope to do that.
Thank you. Anybody here or online questions?
Just got a quick one, Jason. Great presentation. Thanks so much for all this critical work. So that kind of resource and organization mapping tool, is that current? You probably said this, I'm sure, but is that currently live? Like, can we access that, or do we need some special permission?
You would need a link. I have a link that you could utilize to be able to see. I've been trying to hold off on it until it's like really live. Just so I don't muddy the waters and what are you doing? So, but we've in our strategic plan for next year, we've allocated. That's one of our biggest focuses for next year as far as programmatic. So we've invested a significant amount of money per our budget into that platform for next year. And so with these new partners that are all tech focused, we're all coming to the table to not only continue to build the infrastructure around it, but to test it with and do some case studies with a few providers before we actually share it to the public.
Okay, great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, Jason. It's Frida from the OREC team. I have two questions for you. The first, and I'm sorry I left during this portion, I saw that there is like an initiative around a statewide advocacy group. And I was just wondering, with OREC being a statewide agency, you know, our strengths really being a convener of the outdoor industry and you being also a member of our advisory group, have you thought about ways in which our office can utilize our strengths in supporting a project like that, or, you know, what our role is in something like that? So curious if you have any thoughts there.
Yeah, and thank you, Frida, for embarrassing me at Kohl's. We won't talk about that. No, I'm just kidding. So it's so important too that we have conversations. I'll just give you kind of where the steps are right now. Sorry, somebody's knocking on the door. So I'll give you a kind of where the steps are right now. And the steps are basically, we've developed some structure on what it will look like, brought some people into the room to be able to give insight and buy into it. The next step that we're in is to figure out the criterias of who actually should be a part of this, you know, thinking about geographic and racial and ethnic diversity and some of those things, and even organizational types and organization program operations. So I'm thinking about all those things right now. So I don't want to bring anything to any agency or to any organization, statewide organization yet until it's organized. And then I can like share them exactly what we're thinking about accomplishing and what we're trying to do, and then get their buy-in from it. But it's still in the development stages.
Okay, well, thank you nonetheless. That sounds like really important, critical work. The next thing is, with this research, is that free to share is that like public, something that we're able to share with constituents or?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, share that with everybody. But just so you know, we don't want to work against any of the public agencies. We want to work with, and that's the only way that we want to be able to move forward with that. And there are other coalitions that do maybe similar work, maybe more focused on conservation than anything. So I want to make sure that we're also bringing them into the fold and making sure that we're not duplicating efforts and actually helping each other. So
Thank you, Jason.
you're welcome.
Go ahead, Dawson.
Hi, Jason. Dawson Metcalf. I work with the Department of Human Dimensions and Natural Resources at Colorado State University. And one of the hats I wear, sorry, it's a mouthful. I always have to say it.
No,
But it's
I was about to say that.
Conservation social sciences. It's key to all of this. One of the hats I wear is I co-direct the program on conservation leadership at CSU. And I'm really interested in the work around workforce development and thinking of those components. And one of my future tasks has been to develop a conservation leadership training program, kind of taking some of our curriculum, but taking it to the communities or to our greater community and not just our higher education community. And so I was really curious, in a lot of the research we're looking at, we're seeing pretty significant gaps in leadership development training, management training for mid-career professionals. And we're seeing a lot of opportunities out there comparatively for younger professionals. But by the sounds of what you saw, though, I would think maybe say, no, I would still direct more young professional development or early career development. And I was just curious if I'm hearing you correctly in that, and maybe you could expand on some of the things you found in that workforce development space. And I would love to maybe touch base with you after this about some of that too.
No, thank you for that. And it's what we saw was something that was called out was emerging leaders. We didn't say, well, were they in mid-career? Were they in beginning? We did hear emerging leaders. A lot of this work, though, is focused on the providers themselves, right? So this is coming directly from the leaders of the organizations themselves, saying that they need this. But we didn't break it down to say, what level of career that you're already in. There's other things that we didn't even look at. That's why I said, there's some things that, if we had to do it all over again, I would have looked at things like liability concerns, which, it was only touched on a little bit, some of the bureaucratic red tape and things like that, which was only touched on a little bit. Even when we talk about, the type of training, there are some, it's mostly broad. When you say leadership and management training, it's like, okay, great, but can we go a little bit more deeper? So, some of this work that you'll see in this report is very broad. And so I think the next iteration of this is to go a little bit more in depth.
No, I appreciate that. And I would love to maybe follow up with you too after your research study and see if we can do some comparison and see really where are some major gaps that we're going to see across the board and seeing if there's not, some opportunities for collaboration in that space since, CSU is working on some of this too.
Yeah, because CSU already did a report on outdoor equity. I recall I had a chance to read it a while ago. I haven't looked at it in a while, but I remember they were looking at some of the gaps and, and not only CSU, but, Leander Lacey consultant did a research report, I think, after the grant program was passed in 2021. And so, and then, obviously with the SCORP had a lot of that information inside of that, the statewide comprehensive outdoor plan. So, I had a chance to kind of crosswalk each one of those reports, and you'll see it highlighted, some of those reports highlighted in our report too, and how we crosswalked it and how they compared with each other.
Thank you so much, Jason. Appreciate it.
One additional thing I'll say on that, which I don't know if it's a question or just like suggestion for further research, is I think something I found in my experience, especially with the Outdoor Equity Grant Program, a lot of times we work with providers who say it's a person from the community who saw a need for this kind of work, like either with their children or in their neighborhood, something like that, and they start a nonprofit. And I would I would imagine that this isn't uncommon for just like nonprofit as a field in general, but I think speaking to those technical skills, maybe a lot of those founders have the experience in like even the outdoor recreation like activities themselves, but then when it comes to managing an organization, maybe they don't have the accounting skills, the people management skills, the HR skills, and sometimes that can be a really big challenge to those organizations. And I also see kind of touching on that collaboration piece, I see many executive directors struggling with the same thing. So it kind of makes me think like either as a board or kind of as agencies and leaders in this space, how do we provide more of those resources so that people can gain those administrative skills that you touched on, Jason, because I think the outdoor skills are one thing, but then the administrative skills are equally as important.
And it's so interesting because there are, you know, I went out to Salida into their fairgrounds, and I can't remember the name of the event, but you know, they were teaching a lot of those skills, and it was open to the public to come in and learn it. And you know, those are the type of things that, you know, it's I guess most of the time in the background people don't think about it, but it's so imperative to the foundation of an organization. You can't get your budget right, if you can't manage money right, if you don't, your credit's not great, whatever it is, those are things that could extremely hurt you in this business. So you know, we can't just be focusing on the programmatic work, and then you know, 2 years from now the organization is obsolete. So and I honestly do believe, and I think people are working on this already, but they're thinking about, you know, can we do an economic study, an economic impact study, so we can really see the value and what specifically these providers are bringing to the outdoor economy. Because I don't believe anybody has done that yet. And one, maybe because it's stupid costly, but that would be interesting insight to gain, and something I know Trust Public Land can do.
Yeah, and then sorry not to hog the mic, but one more thing I'll say is we have implemented a community of practice, which all of our grant recipients are invited to attend, and we so far have really focused them on kind of like that recreation and conservation side, mostly focused on just things that Colorado Parks and Wildlife does internally that they can access as resources, usually free, whether that's like hunting, angling. We had Co-Trex, the Trails app come and present. We've talked about so many different topics, water safety, and Selena and I really struggle with getting attendance there. So it's a little bit surprising to me that folks are saying like, well, we want a network, because we explicitly say that. We say like, yes, you can come learn about what we have going on, but it's also opportunity for you to meet with other grant recipients. And then the folks that are there are able to make connections and say like, hey, we're looking for a transportation company, or we're looking for like a place that can house our families for 2 nights for this many people. And they're able to use those resources and collaborate, which I think is really valuable. But we have really limited uptake on that. And I don't know if the research can point to why, but we've even had people who attend those say like, wow, I wish more people came to these because I got so much good information from it. So that's just something that we struggle with, but we've tried to provide that connection at least within the grant program, and even providing like in-person experiences and things like that. And we've had limited success, I would say.
That would be helpful to do a study on that. But I mean, just off the mind, would be an assumption, is that maybe sometimes, I mean, I think the communication itself is limited. People are not checking, people are not knowing. I think oftentimes just going to their region. I mean, that's kind of why the regional partnership exists, right? Like it's breaking up the state in a way that they can collaborate in close proximity, but still kind of be informed of what's happening with the statewide effort. So maybe, they lack of knowing. And that's why I think sometimes it's going to be good that we're mapping all of this, all of the providers, and that we're trying to figure out how to coordinate with them a little bit more effectively. But I think ultimately that's going to be more strategic planning, more idea sharing, more ways to be able to, solve for some of that when we all come together and figure out, and try to solve for it. I'm excited to do that with quite a few of you all. But I don't know if the research is going to tell you why they didn't show up. I don't know if they're going to do
I know.
that.
That'll be great if it could. Other questions?
I had a question. I'm Crystal. I hold the youth position here on the board. And I was just curious because you said that you also worked in other states besides Colorado. So I was just curious how, I guess, your networking process is or how your outreach process is for areas that are not like home base.
Yeah. Well, I guess part of it is I show up to a lot of places and I just, you meet so many people, and then then you meet other people and you just get connected, it's I guess some of it is just natural. And then, kind of our standardization on how to get more people engaged into this work is that we've been trying to implement more outdoor equity grant programs in other states that don't currently have them, right? And so we typically string up a small coalition that starts off small, but they're usually providers who then know other providers. And so we build an outreach strategy, a recruitment strategy to get more people into the fold, into that coalition, much like what we did here in Colorado. And then once that gets large enough, we start trying to find out through desktop research, through word of mouth, how to build that list up. For instance, in Arizona, I think we already got a list of like 200, and it's growing, right? Again, you find 200 people, those 200 people know other people, and then you just build that list. And so that's kind of our first start, is we have a concept that people can typically get behind, which is funding for their organization, right? And we have an idea through another outdoor equity grant program. Those interested folks get with us, and then we put together a recruitment strategy and outreach strategy, and we build and build and build and build and build. And it's not a overnight thing. Sometimes it takes a couple of years or more, and that's how we get as many people as we do.
Thank you. I also had another question on the interactive map, which I thought was really interesting. I guess just more detail of like, it's open to the public, and then when people look at it, they just click on the pin of where that location or where that organization's at, and then they'll just pop up all of the info, or like how, I guess, does it connect like the organizations?
Yeah, so it's similar to, it has all of these features. So almost like any type of like a static directory where you can see an organization. It's about 477 right now that are included in that list. But we have their name, their org, their mission, their vision, their website, their social medias, all that, just basic information. And when I said before, it's like people don't use it, but also the other barriers that keeping the information updated and relevant, and make sure that you can actually use it. So when you click on somebody, it doesn't come with a 404 not found number. That's also a big challenge for a lot of folks that have already attempted to do something like this. So I just wanted to share that. But it has a lot of features on it. It has it utilizes AI. So AI assistant that's on there. So if you want to get granular, say for instance, you're a person that's from the public and you come into Colorado, maybe you're, I don't know, let's just be simple. You're a Black person that comes into Colorado and you want to go horseback riding with a Black organization. You can basically put that into the AI assistant, and it can really, and you want to do it in the Southwest region, right? In this particular area, AI can actually, you can put that in the AI tool and it will cipher out all of those criteria and find exactly what you're looking for through that. So that's very helpful. There is a way, it's like a direct messaging program. So every provider will have an opportunity to log in, put their credentials in there, and have their own login and platform. And so if someone wants to DM you or direct message you from another area because they saw that, what you do and how great it is, they can directly message you. And it doesn't have to go directly into the platform itself, right? Because not everybody logs into the platform, and we don't expect everybody to log into it. They can go directly to your email address that you've already set up to go into the platform, and you can read it directly from your email address. So kind of, not allow people to, oh, I gotta go in here, I gotta use a whole nother platform, that barrier there. So that's just one example of what it can do, of many.
Thank you. This is Brian. I hold one of the youth board seats. With the interactive map as well, do you only have direct service program providers on there, or are you gonna look at adding, like, say, some entities where you can get a professional certification to wilderness first aid, first responder universities that have certain degree programs?
That's a great question. And I appreciate you sharing that, because we do not stop at providers or just people who, provide access to the outdoors. We're looking at a multitude of coalitions. So if you want to get into policy, you want to get connected to your local RPIs, if you want to, schools are essentially our providers. We've been in talks with DPS about this work as well, and they want to be able to show their after school programs. We've been in talks with the Colorado After School Program. I think that's what it's called, and they've also have a huge database of information that they want to incorporate into this platform as well. So we don't want to stop at just providers, but again, like I told you, we have to solve for this one critical piece, which is, how do we make sure that we keep the information updated, relevant, and that people don't, from the public or whoever, funders, advocates, or other providers, don't go on here and every list has a, when you click on something, it's a 404. Like that's inefficient. It's not going to work. And how do we make sure that there's a usability, that actually people will use this? I don't want to just create it and spend all this money and it doesn't do anything. So the other thing it will do, which we haven't touched on, and this will be just we'll test this with just specific providers. And I know I'm at 1 minute and I'm going to stop talking here in a minute, but we are hoping that we can create through AI data, right? We want to see what's working, what's not working, what are the equity outcomes that and the partnerships that are getting created, like what are the outcomes that are happening through this map, and can we, every year pull a report out automatically using AI to say, this is the type of interactions that people have had, these are the things that people have clicked on, these are the things that people have have done to create more access into the outdoors.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Andre.
Yeah, no worries. We're ahead of schedule, so I think this is a great conversation and wonderful research, and I'm glad you were able to come and talk to us about it. I did send it out to the group twice, so it is in their email inboxes.
Aha, this is going to be a test later.
But yeah, thank you, Jason, for coming, and yeah, looking forward to continuing to work on this with you. And of course, if there's anything that I or CPW or the board can assist with here or advise on or just be thought partners about, I think I'll speak for all of us that we're really willing to continue the conversation.
Well, thank you all so much, and thank you all for your hard work. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
Bye.
All right, we're moving right along. So I did want to give you all a really quick update about Cook Inclusive, which is the grant project that, if you remember during our last board meeting, we deliberated, they wanted to update their budget. I think this was probably a part of our conversation when that happened, but they did reach out to me in September and tell me that their board had voted to dissolve the organization. They had lost a lot of federal funding for some of the other work that they were doing, and just kind of their board decided that they wouldn't be able to continue to be fiscally solvent in the future. So I just wanted to give you all that update since we had talked about it last time. They had begun on their grant project, which was a total of $65,000. We actually never got that contract change finished because they kind of voted to dissolve before we could get through that process. They expended a total of $8,355 on that project, and then that remaining $56,645, which was remaining on the grant, has been returned to Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So that's on Patricia's kind of slide there about this current grant of or round of grants. That was that kind of withdrawn with a partial spend that you saw on there. So I did want to share that with you all. I hope it's not harbinger of more to come, but I did speak with their staff, and of course it's with really heavy hearts that they have to close their doors and stop doing that work, especially in a rural region where they're based on. Sorry, not great news, but any questions about that? Okay. We are going to, I want to have Dawson's thing happen right before lunch so we can go into that. But I'll go ahead and share my slide, and Selena is going to facilitate this next section. So we'll wait for her to get back from the bathroom. Sorry, just quickly moving some things. So we can get out of here early today. Okay, so you all have some sticky notes next to you, hopefully, and if you don't, let me know and we'll pass some more around. But we wanted to just start with a little discussion and get the juices flowing about the review process that we just wrapped up. So we have a question for you here, which you can reflect a little bit on. What's one word that you felt when reading the applications? Sorry, Selena, I just moved on to I can come around and collect, or if you want to stretch your legs, you can stick it here too.
So loud, surprisingly hard to open. I became very cognizant of the microphone. I was like, You're very good though. You're like a little better. You guys will semi-help boost that.
It's always hard to just get one.
Yeah.
You're not gonna. Yeah, does anyone need a marker? Want a marker? Job on it. Thank you, Adrian. Everyone get theirs in? We're just answering the question on a sticky.
Okay.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Okay. Never mind.
Not yet. Right? We wanted to group together the common themes, and it looks like a lot of similar answers inspired from three of you, validated in need. Over in the middle, we have pride by proxy, curious, energized, hope, and happy for kids. A lot of really good feelings. I can tell from reading the grant applications. Do any of you guys want to explain yours? Or I might just pick on some of these answers, like pride by proxy. Who wrote that?
That was me.
Okay.
I was trying to think of what the word was. It's similar to conversions, like when you get joy from someone else's joy. And I like felt so like proud is an internal thing, right? So like I couldn't figure out the word for like proud of other people's pride, but I just felt like so proud of that everyone's keeping their head up and that there's so much good work still being done, and that like, you know, as that news was like flooding in from seemingly everywhere, it was almost like a place of refuge to be able to like pause and read all the wonderful things that people are doing. And so yeah, I was just really like proud of everybody for all of the bullshit they're doing. Sorry. Cool stuff that they're doing.
That is the word. Secondhand pride.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I feel that way too. Like no matter what happens in the bigger government lands, like people are still looking at that, acknowledging that, and saying that we still have a mission, we still have a vision, we're still going to keep trying instead of, you know, buckling and crumbling under the immense pressure that they are under right now. And also like possibly, you know, putting targets on their backs or, you know, putting the spotlight on the work that they're doing that may not be well taken by others. Who wrote Energize?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of just going off everything we're saying. Like, there's so much negativity, like there's so many negative things happening, right?
Yeah.
And with my students, we talk a lot about the importance of hope in this work and thinking about both that internal piece and the external. Internal being like that burnout component that can happen so often. And I know your boy has been experiencing a little burnout recently. And having that opportunity to come here and not just deal with the problems, but see the opportunities that we get to have an impact in, that just like at a time of the year, at a time that we're seeing all of that, it was just an energizing moment for me in like a few days of just like, oh man, the good work is still going, we're a part of it, let's do it.
Right. It like fills your cup
Yeah.
to see people trying and, you know, putting effort towards that.
Yeah. And I will say also how these applications, we're looking beyond the next 4 years or whatever attacks are happening right now. We're looking at professional development, growth in youth, all these aspects that it looks beyond what is happening in this space right now. That I think is just making a future impact on what are the faces and who are the decision makers that we're gonna be changing with these grants that impact with this.
Yeah, definitely. The show must go on. Okay, who wrote Curious?
I wrote Curious. I, you know, actually, I struggled with coming up with one word, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But when I would read an application, I was just like curious, like, what is it that you're going to do? And does that really fit with my perception of why we're here? And oftentimes, I have to admit, oftentimes it's like this will support programming and administrative costs and so on. But it's like, well, give me more. I'm curious of what you really are going to do. I mean, are you going to? And the ones that I think that stick out in my mind now, it's like, we're going to get kids in nature. We're going to get them to identify, you know, the importance of being there. And so I think on each one, I was just always curious, like, you know, let me know what's happening. And I was always kind of looking for something that was a little bit different. And the one that comes back to me the most was one a couple years ago, was the organization out of California that subsidized descendants from Sand Creek and Amachi internment camp, of bringing those youth together to learn the history. And in my mind, it was like, whoa. And that's, I think, kind of set my mind, the bar, like, let's, you know, let me see what you're doing. So anyway, curious.
Yeah, I love that. And having curiosity throughout life even is such a good element to weave into a lot of work. All right. Need.
Should we move? Okay, one more.
One
and then
more, sorry.
to the next question.
I love the answers.
Who wrote need?
Yeah, I think I wanted to put need. I don't want to, for me, a lot of the applications felt very repetitive, and not in like a bad way, but in the fact that everybody was like, the gap areas that Jason mentioned, like transportation, gear, you know, why kids are not having access. It's like, it's hard because I was telling Andrea, I'm like, everybody needs money. Everybody, whether it was building out a program or even needing funds to build out an infrastructure to make the organization sustainable. I just don't know how we're gonna do it. And I just felt like a little guilty, like who are we to be like, you got money, you don't get money, this money. So it's hard. It's a really difficult position to be in. So yeah, it's a little bit of both, but there's just so much need out there. And especially now. And also, I guess that's the other thing, like considering the societal context that we're in, like everybody's the direness that, would be fun.
Thanks for sharing, Frida. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next question. Did you notice any recurring themes or needs in the proposal? We'll bring as many as we can.
Let's take 1 minute for that and then 3 minutes of discussion.
Want like one idea on each?
Yeah.
Person? Okay.
Yeah. Maybe one for themes, one for needs.
I can collect. You're stealing my job.
I'll never stand up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were
Oh, you're totally
waiting
fine.
on me.
Just lurking.
Over your shoulder.
A little.
I'm like, oh, wrong.
That's what she does. You have to watch it.
Budgets, we saw that a lot, but the Q1 more.
All right, is that everyone? Okay, so we have a lot of people saying transportation, funding for transportation, funding for general operations, and mainly like here, all relating to do with money in transportation, which I agree. Transportation is a big one that I've seen, that I've heard of from other nonprofits. It is not easy getting a group of kids outside, somewhere in the backcountry without a van or a bus. Staff capacity partnerships, good partnerships. Some ones that I just want to hit on, we wrote no organizations. Okay.
I noticed some organizations. There was one I remember that was incorporated in June as a 501c3. So similar time that the grant was due. And then there was a few others that were just, just blossoming organizations. One person had the idea, and I think Andrea was talking about that earlier. The one person had the idea and they've created something, and it's inspiring to see that, but then also, I pause too when I see that.
Okay, That's a very interesting outlet, but I like that as well. You know, organizations, people who are being inspired and wanting to make a change. I also, how much time do we have?
Let's take like one more minute.
Okay, so let's see. We all can agree on the transportation. What about immigrant community priority?
I did see more applications that I had in the past that were primarily immigrant focused. That was for me. I didn't write that one, but I did notice that.
Yeah, no, exactly. I wrote it, and that's exactly, or could not compare previously. But yeah, that just seemed, and I was just thinking about it in tandem to the federal landscape that we're in, the silo landscape that we're in. And so that was just something I was curious about, if that was comparable to the years past, or if that was something, because it just seemed to stand out to me in my group.
Just quickly similar to that, within some of the applications that I read, there were some applicants mentioning the decrease in participation from the communities.
Right.
And how to manage that for
Right.
their safety, and or just some groups that have communicated to me a worry that having less people as participants might mean that they're less competitive, but it's factors outside of their control with that. But just trying to navigate around this current and progressive landscape this time.
Kind of chaotic and important at the same time, because we want people to be able to feel safe outdoors, but those people also don't want to be targeted and possibly harmed while being outdoors. And I think that's a very important conversation. But we don't have time to get into that right now. But all of you guys had a lot of really good answers, and thank you so much for your,
Omar. Yeah, so I wanted to share what Mika shared in the chat.
Oh, yes.
About her one word. She said, my one word is conflicted. We have so many great proposals. I really struggled with this round of grant reviews because we have such limited funds, and how to weigh school districts and their opportunities to do work given their legal requirements to make programs accessible to all of their students. It's hard to rate them as highly as programs that are specifically targeted to some groups of youth, but that doesn't mean they're of less value. Yeah, good point, Mika. And I think even to that point, our rubric is heavily weighted towards organizations that do focus in, and that's something, a challenge that the board has had before with funding school applications, because of their requirement to serve all youth and not differentiate. So that's a really good point.
Anything from Omar?
Omar didn't add anything in the chat.
Can I just add one point that
Yeah.
That it was I was surprised to see that the number of applications that were written with authenticity and honesty about who you're serving did not go down. So I really expected people to be more nuanced about how they talked about who they served, but some people will be like, we serve the Latino community, we serve immigrants, and a lot of that is happening, right? I mean, boards are telling nonprofits, let's stay under the radar or to stay out of the legal system, just but I think that I didn't see as much of that as I expected to see. And I want to say that is in some ways a testament to the commitment of this board, and that people felt like they could trust this board to receive their application the way it is without having to rig it around and turn it into something else.
They don't need to filter who they are.
That's correct.
100%. If anything, actually, this year I saw more organizations that probably in the past could have been saying like, oh, we serve the Latino community, really saying we serve the immigrant community and this specific immigrant community. And I think I actually saw that more this year than in previous year. Would have been like, Latinx, and actually because it has fallen a little more in the priority list. So I think I saw applications being more bold and specific. 100% agree with that.
I'd also say just like the, having, been on the board since the beginning, like the quality of the applications has risen. I mean, which made it really tough. I mean, just about everyone I reviewed was a pretty legitimate, compelling, educating, application. And so that, again, made it tough, but also very encouraging to say. I was very impressed.
Thanks, Lena.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. The last little fun thing we have, that is keeping you from lunch, but lunch isn't it's not set up yet.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Is just a little session Crystal and I kind of thought of to help us get to know our newest board member a little bit better. This is our first in-person meeting with you, Dawson. So a lot of the board members have had a lot of time to spend with one another, and we haven't had a lot of time to spend with you. So just have a few questions prepared for you. And Crystal will be asking you these.
Yeah, are you more comfortable sitting where you're at, or did you be more centered?
Oh, I'm very okay.
Okay.
Stand up.
Put him in the middle.
Okay, well, first, we'll get started with the most important question. What is your go-to karaoke song?
So, Don't Stop Believing by Journey, Avi.
Wow.
Given
Bold choice.
now, but no, I need to explain this. The reason why is because it's more of a song that you speak instead of sing, because your voice is tone deaf. And was singing the song in Nashville at a karaoke night and got booed off stage. and I've never karaoke'd since. So, and probably will not.
How would consider changing your go-to song?
I just think it's Dawson doesn't sing. It's really the thing. So
It's really hard to get food off stage.
karaoke.
Yeah.
But I will say, if anyone's never karaoke'd in Nashville, it was my first time there. People are there to be found.
They really do more.
Everyone's
Like,
a
people are there to be found. So that's
The
enough
bar's
to
a little
that.
higher.
So your boy doesn't karaoke.
Well, you should try karaoke here.
It might be
Yeah.
Lunchtime karaoke.
We're very accepting here.
Did you look at the agenda for tonight?
Do am I on there?
I know my
It's not
dad
gonna come
loves,
back. Stop.
my dad loves to karaoke, so he has his own portable karaoke machine. So I might have to be brought for our next meeting. Okay, next question. Is there anyone in your profession or work field that inspires you, and why?
I would be so remiss not to say Jane Goodall at this point, given her passing this past month. I remember as just like a kid, my mom was really into wildlife rehab, not as a trained professional, but just by the nature of a rural community, farm life, 4-H, and all that good stuff. And so she loved Jane Goodall. And so that just was given to me at such an early age to like find such power in wildlife and nature and all those kind of things. And then even following her journey, like with Roots and Shoots, if people aren't familiar with that, it's her like youth activism arm, and really thinking about how youth can engage and make real meaningful and intentional change in their communities. And then just her effort in conservation was so like collaborative and community oriented, and it was always tied to economic livelihoods. And so it's just something I really strive to show in the work that we do and everything. So Jane Goodall, and I would be very remiss not to say that.
Thank you. What is one non-professional or unexpected skill you have that has surprisingly made you better at your job?
As silly as this is, it's kickball. I'm on, and I've been on a community kickball league for years. Like it's called Go Kickball. They're all over the country. I even played in one in the UK at one point, so internationally. But what it was is I moved to Fort Collins and I didn't know anyone in Fort Collins, but there was a community league kickball team there that was full of just environmental professionals. That was kind of like, that was the through line of that team. And I was like, well, I'm working in the environmental field, can I join? And they're like, you got a good leg? And hit a home run, the first like go in and everything. And that's how I created a really strong community in Fort Collins, was actually through that networking and through Go Kickball. And that's really opened up a lot of opportunities that I utilize today for my students and getting them out to like build sites and visits, and got me even connected to CPW in some ways. So yeah. Yeah, so kickball, as weird as that one is, it's like a unique.
Next question is, what's an important challenge in outdoor equity and recreation that you think our board should be prioritizing right now?
Say Andrea and Ida both have already heard me kind of speak to this, and maybe have picked up on it just based on my questions. I'm really interested in workforce development and really diversifying that space in particular. I served on a working group with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It was their diversity joint venture for careers in conservation. One thing we got to do is quit these mouthful words phrases and everything like that. But that was such a unique opportunity to really understand, not only in it as like making people feel safe and comfortable in these spaces by seeing someone that looks like me in these positions, but so much of our conservation work and our outdoor rec stuff are tied to ballot initiatives. And we need more people to vote yes. And if you're not getting into these spaces, if you're not seeing people that work or look like you in these places of work, why would you vote for something? Why would you vote for that? And so I think a lot about it in context to like activism and voting and making sure people will continue to say, yeah, let's fund this conservation effort. Let's fund this park. Let's fund these things. So that's what I think about is workforce development and how that has so much kind of just like, it just has so many other impacts. Yeah.
Thank you. And that answers probably why you're in this here now.
I think I talked a little bit about it in the interview process.
Thank you for that tiny glimpse into your life. I wanted to open it up to the group if anyone had any other questions they wanted to ask. And I know we're going to lead it to lunch, so you definitely could make conversation.
I still think it's not set up. So
okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, great. What's your go-to dance move? Like you hear your song, it comes up at the club, at any function, and you're like, I'm on the dance floor. What's your go-to dance move?
Yeah. Okay. I do like to get down, a little jump, a little extra, like all that kind of stuff. Like, you're putting me on the spot. I guess like I would say, I love the little like the starstruck, like little things.
Cute.
That is a very cute, silly one and everything. But yeah.
Important questions.
Oh, how long? When did you move to Fort Collins? Like what year?
Yeah, right at 8 years ago. Right, it was the year before, 2 years before COVID. So, yeah.
Oh, well, then I was a student while you were there too then, because I graduated I started in 2018 and graduated in 2022.
Okay. Yeah.
At Warner College too.
Yep.
Which is,
Yep.
Oh, you were native?
I am not. My grandparents lived, I grew up in Oklahoma. My grandparents lived in the Fruta, Montrose area, so I spent a decent amount of time growing up out here back and forth. So I always considered Colorado my second home.
Favorite national park? Favorite, okay, sorry, I didn't know.
I love the Grand Tetons. Like just driving up and just seeing those spikes and everything is just such a unique experience driving up. So I think like that in itself is just such a unique thing, just from that visual and the geological aspects of it.
Favorite Colorado park?
Yep, Rocky Mountain National Park.
What about Colorado State?
Yeah, Colorado State.
Ooh, I just went to State Forest State Park for the Fall Colors for the first time, and that was awesome. So I'll say that just because it's also my newest park original.
do you know how to snowboard or ski?
No, yes. Am I great at? No. I probably have like skied less than 10 times in my entire life. It's never been I'm a summer sports boy. Yeah.
Any other questions?
What would it take to do karaoke?
Yeah.
Oh, we were recording right now?
Yeah, sorry.
It is being
We'll ask that again at lunch,
You
right
can
now.
ask that during All right, y'all, I think lunch is ready.
Lunch is good to go.
So we'll go ahead and break until 12:30 and we'll come back at 12:30.
Let's give a hand to Dawson.
Council.
So yeah, Dave Cooperstein, your legal counsel here to talk to you about conflicts. This is no new information. There's been no developments from last time you've heard the spiel, but still worth keeping in mind. So we're just going to be going over the statutes applicable to conflicts and our policy, which has everything the statutes have and a little bit more. Go to the next slide. And I just want to make sure folks, so normally my advice to you is privileged. If you come to me and ask me for legal advice, what you say to me and what I say back to you, it's privileged, meaning it can't become public unless you want it to. We're giving this advice in open session right now, so nothing I say is going to be privileged. I think it's fine, if you guys are okay with it. If you have questions about specific conflicts or anything you think you don't want to be public, please wait until this is done, and then we can speak personally. And if it's a group question, we can start an executive session to do it. Does that make sense? Executive session, again, for folks who might not know, off the record, non-public. We still record it in case someone challenges our use of executive session, but assuming we do everything correctly, it should not be public. That'll make sense. With no further ado, conflicts of interest. So the state statute that applies to your guys' work is on the screen there. A member of a board shall not perform an official act which may have a direct economic benefit of business or other undertaking, including nonprofits, in which such member has a direct or substantial financial interest. So what's an official act? As we interpret it, it's your discussions about your grant decisions and then your vote on where those grants should go. So if you have a conflict, you shouldn't be participating in the discussion or the vote on that organization. We're going to structure the votes at the end here so you'll still be able to vote for every organization you're not conflicted from. We kind of do this tiered voting so that we only screen out the folks that have conflicts with organizations that are being voted. Direct economic benefit really just means that we'll talk about some of the things that could include. Anything that could benefit that organization. Here, giving them a grant is the obvious thing. And a financial interest is defined by statute. Go to the next slide, we'll talk about that. So a financial interest means an ownership interest, creditor, an insolvent business, employment or prospective employment for which negotiations have begun. Ownership interest in real property that's associated with that business, loans, directorship. So if you're a board member of one of those organizations, that would count. So basically, if you have currently or expect in the future to have any financial connection to any of these entities, talk to me about it. We can figure out if there's a conflict. But if you feel like there's any type of financial connection, that should be the thing that sets off alarm bells. The first step is to talk to me and or Andrea. Either of us can probably help you a little bit. Next slide, please. So we also have a policy, which is available on our website, and Andrea may have hard copies if you really wanted to read it right now. No, she does not. So you're not going to have the privilege of going through that, and that's probably a good thing. We have a lot of actual work to do. I don't want you to fall asleep. So basically, our policy has basically just parrots that language about the legal conflict of interest, statutory conflict of interest, and raises the bar towards something called an appearance of impropriety, which it defines as any official act, again, discussions or decisions that would lead a reasonable person to conclude that the board member is engaged in conduct that reflects adversely on the board member's honesty, impartiality, temperament, or fitness to serve the public trust. An appearance of impropriety may exist, even though the facts and circumstances of the matter do not constitute an actual conflict of interest under that statute we just looked at. So basically, would your participation in that discussion and vote look fishy to the average person, even if you know there's no legal conflict, there's no financial benefit? Would it look weird? Next slide, please. So our policy sets out this process for navigating conflicts. You must recuse yourself if you have an actual conflict, meaning that financial piece. You may recuse yourself if you believe there's an appearance of impropriety. If you're going to recuse yourself, please do so early before any discussion of the grant. You do not have to explain the reasons for your recusal. You can either tell Andrea through our process, maybe you already have that you're recused, enough said. If you're not on the list and you realize something that you don't think you think you should be recused, you can just recuse yourself, no explanation necessary. You can keep that entirely private. If you're not sure whether to recuse, talk to Andrea, talk to me, or if you think it's just something that needs to be discussed, you can raise it to the board and say, hey, I don't know if this is an appearance of impropriety. Here's my connection to this organization. The board can give you feedback, discuss it, whatever they want to do, and then they have the power to, if they want to, make a motion for a vote to disqualify that board member who raised the issue based on their appearance of impropriety. We've never had that happen, but that I can recall, but that's an option.
And I will say the reason we ask for the conflict of interest before any review happens is because really that review that you're doing on your own is playing into which organizations have the opportunity to be discussed here. So hopefully we know about it. I think if not, it's probably still okay. Just let us know now.
Yeah, we can figure
But,
it out. Next slide, please. Maybe that. Oh, so there's a gift ban for public employees. It does not apply to you guys. It basically says that employees of the government, myself, Andrea, Selena, we can't accept gifts in a variety of circumstances or things valued over $75 from really anyone. That does not apply to our volunteer board members. However, if you are receiving gifts that are substantial, that might come to light, be known about, that could be the kind of thing that counts as an appearance of impropriety. Keep it in mind. I think that might be all I have, other than you guys can ask questions.
I had a question about the board. So we're not, I mean, we're volunteer, but we also get a stipend.
Per diem, yes.
Yeah, maybe that's the difference.
It's-
Because I was thinking about because some board members are W-2s of an organization, right? Which means that then you could access the organization's benefits. And I was just curious about this board.
No, so I haven't necessarily seen every statute that talks about board members who receive a per diem, but it's specifically discussed in a few of them. I've not seen something that says you don't get benefits or do, but you're definitely not considered employees.
Right.
That's.
But we're also not like a 1099. I mean, I'm talking IRS here.
Like what happens to your per diem reimbursements?
No, I mean, yeah, but you use the word volunteer, so that tells me that the organization considers this board a volunteer board, in spite of the fact that there is some sort of payment. I mean, I'm on boards that don't.
Yeah.
Right?
No, absolutely. I forget if that's in the statute creating the board that it says it's volunteer, or if it's another one that says board members who receive no more than a per diem are volunteers, but that's a law for sure. You are volunteers.
I have a question, David. I've always recused myself because I know the people in that organization really well. And so if, there's no financial gain or anything like that. And I, I guess maybe for the benefit of anyone else, that if they're in the same situation, but is that really a reason to recuse yourself if you happen to, I read that it could take, the perception could be impropriety.
That's exactly right. So it's a squishy question that's going to depend on the nature of your relationships and how folks evaluating the whole situation would view it, assuming they knew what your relationship was, right? And I can't give you a legal, you have to recuse, you should be recusing or not in that situation. It kind of comes down to what feels right. What are folks in your community going to say? Are they likely to say, oh, of course, John funded XYZ. He loves, he's best friends with whatever on the board. If that's the kind of question you should be asking yourself. And how would you feel, and how's it going to feel for you personally? If that comes up in conversation, you're challenged on it, you feel very comfortable saying absolutely, I'm friends with these people, but I put that aside. I read our application in context of all the applications I read, and they were entitled to it, and it had nothing to do with it. It's not an easy yes or no, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, I've always stepped away. The follow-up to that is then when they don't get funded, I get a lot of phone calls. Like, why? What's up with that? And so then I think I need to be careful in my response there as well. So I usually say, well, I didn't read your application, so I really can't give you a definite, but I don't know. It's been a tough one for me because it's happened more than once, it's happened over the last 2 or 3 years. So anyway, no, I understand.
I would say that even as to a specific organization, even if you recused in the past on these same grounds, being like, I'm not sure, I'm close to them, doesn't mean you have to do it again this year. You can take that experience you've had and anything you've kind of insights you've gained about this process, and if you think now that maybe you shouldn't be recusing, that's okay. You can reverse course on that. So yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's a very squishy judgment call that we're all just kind of like trying to do our best on. And yeah, I don't think you should put too much pressure on yourself to recuse or not recuse in that type of situation. It's just what feels right.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much for tolerating that. Appreciate it.
Everyone's good? All right, moving right along, I will pass it over to you, Crystal, for an overview of our decision-making process and deliberation process for today.
Yeah, so it's that time of day where we're gonna start getting into applications and discussion, which is really exciting. But first, before we get into any discussion and talk about that, I wanted to have some expectations for us as a group, just so we're on the same page and just a foundation on how we're going to start discussion. So there's a question on the TB. It says, what are some expectations you have of yourself, of others for the group discussion? And I just thought we can just have a few members raise their hand and answer it if they want to.
And I can take notes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Best intentions, always expect the best intentions from each other.
Good one, best intentions. Yeah, we're definitely all here to achieve the same thing, which is granting awards to projects that we care about or think would have a lot of impact. So I think just having that mindset that we're all in here with the same intention. Anyone else?
Maybe online folks, if you want to type or come off of mute. I haven't heard from you guys in a while, so want to make sure you're included.
Do you want to purposely rotate, go back and forth between like people in the room and people in the?
That's a good idea. Do we want to put that on our expectations?
Best practice, maybe.
Including online folks.
Yeah.
It's not.
So just being conscious of how much space we as an individual takes up.
I think one I can think of is be considerate of time. I think let's just say if we are discussing an applicant and we'll also assign a timekeeper too, but again, just making sure that we give the amount of time for each applicant to discuss.
We have one input from Omar online, active listening and understanding of others' opinions and experiences.
Thank you, Omar. I think those are great. Also for Andrea also found the agreements that we made last year as a group, which I thought would be really relevant. And that we also, some of us answered just right now or mentioned. One of them is respect and consideration for others. So be respectful of others and the grants we read. Give people grace and assume best intentions. Second main point is create a supportive environment, be present, be patient, safe space, brave space, the stories of others and theirs to share. So again, I think whenever if someone has something that they want to mention for an applicant, it might take some courage from that individual to say something about that applicant. So again, just making sure us in this room are giving that space and support to whoever wants to talk about any kind of topic related to the grant. Next one is effective communication and participation. Kind of like what Dawson said, move up, move back. So if you find yourself taking up space or just being a part of the discussion a lot, just try to catch yourself and maybe move back and give that space to others who didn't share, which is the move up part of that phrase of if you haven't spoke too much, maybe try to participate the best you can because we want to hear what your thoughts are. Be responsible for impacts of our world and own up to our mistakes if we cause them. Yeah, that was just one of the points from last year. Be comfortable to ask clarifying questions and hold space for discussion. Again, we all have different perspectives and point of views, so don't be afraid to ask because someone else in the room might be able to answer it very well. Don't weaponize institutional knowledge. Safe word. I don't think we agreed on one last year, but Ida, I remember you bringing up this idea of a safe word where if we are in a discussion and someone might have said something that could have been triggering or offensive or harmful to anyone within a group, we have a safe word. And I remember Ida brought up the example of the word ouch. So maybe during a discussion, if someone's saying something that you want to bring up that affected you, maybe we could just say the word ouch as that safe word. And if that person has to excuse themselves, just giving them that space and that understanding, which goes into the next bullet point, which is the 24-48 rule. So last year we discussed this where if someone said something that you want to talk to them about, there's 24 hours. It would be best to inform them within 24 hours that they said that, and then 48 hours to address it. This, I think, just helps keep whatever event happened fresh and able to schedule a convenient time to make conversation about it. So. And again, if anyone else has any revisions or additions to these working agreements, do feel free to chime in and raise your hand. Next one is meeting conduct and preparation. So start and end on time. We'll have a timekeeper again, but we want to make sure we keep the meeting etiquette and ending at a time or ending at the time that we scheduled for. So making sure that happens. Come prepared to meetings. Come to meetings prepared and ready to address meeting objectives. Read pre-meeting materials. So Andrea usually sends documents that would be helpful to read beforehand. The next one is ELMO, which stands for enough, let's move on. Sometimes it's a trend in discussion groups where we're all starting to come to a consensus or starting to repeat the same idea. And if anyone ever notices that, you can just say, okay, I think we all are coming to an agreement. Let's Elmo that and move on. So everyone in this room is welcome to use that word Elmo. Next is ask for feedback from online participants. So folks online, let's just say like, we have our Post-it wall that we're gonna put our applicants right here. So if you can't see it or need clarification where an applicant is categorized as, please feel free to interrupt or comment in the chat.
And we'll also have a virtual version.
Oh, perfect. Okay, cool. Well, anything else that, please feel free to interrupt. So you are included as well. And then I think, bike rack for future ideas. Again, we have a pretty tight schedule. There's a chance that we could be early or might be pretty packed on time where we might have to cut things off. So we had the idea of bike rack, where if someone starts to bring up a new point or a new topic that deserves more time to be discussed, then we will bike rack that or parking lot it.
And I have the bike rack started presentation from Lottery. So I think this especially is like, if there's an idea of like, well, we should talk about, do we want to change this question or do we want to ask for additional information in the future? Selena and I will track those. That way we can use that to inform our board meetings starting at the beginning of next year.
Yeah, and a lot of the bike rack questions from last year or topics were really helpful and guided us a lot for the meetings this year because we wanted to make sure we addressed those still. And then I think the last one is grant decision making. So make grants for impact, not for charity. Did anyone else have any questions or wanted to add anything for our expectations? Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to mention those again because I just wanted to have that appropriate setting for us and make sure we're just, again, on the same page before we get started into the juicy decisions. So yeah, I'll get started on our deliberation process. So this process was brainstormed by our process subcommittee. So if any of our members in that subcommittee are here and want to chime in, maybe correct me if I say something incorrect, yeah, please feel free to interrupt.
And that was Ida, Dawson, John, Omar. Am I missing anyone else? I think that was it, right?
Yeah.
I'm
yeah,
missing you, chime in.
Yeah, please chime in. But yeah, so what the process committee decided on was categorizing the funds in 3 sections. So first one would be our first round of decisions, where 40% of the funds will be allocated to the top scoring applicants. And I think 40% is $800,000. So Selena and Andrea did the math and chose the top scoring applicants and cut off at the $800,000 mark. And those other applicants will be choosing to move forward. The second section of funding will be another 40%. So in total, it will be 80% of funds after this section, which is another $800,000 for opportunity area decisions. So for the rest of the afternoon today, we scheduled to go over each opportunity area and decide if we want to move forward and to top scoring applicants within those categories. Something to keep in mind is that there were a few programs, or actually a lot of them, that were a part of the top scoring applicants. So that is a factor to consider when we discuss if we're meeting the equity part of the opportunity area, because there might be some sections that already all are granted from the top scoring. So we might have to shift and give more applicants or give more grants to applicants in other areas. And then the third one, I think, is the remaining 20%. is any application that the board members or any other agencies in this room want to discuss or bring up that weren't in the first two categories. And we created a system for that that would be a little bit more time efficient, because I think in the past we found ourselves getting stuck or discussing one applicant for a really long time and then kind of rushing the last few that we still wanted to mention. So a system we thought of was that each board member will be able to decide 2 applicants that they think is worth discussing. And then each partner agency will have 2 applicants that they want to bring up as well. And Selena Andrea will gather all those sticky notes, and we will discuss the organizations in order of how many people decided to talk about them. So let's just say, I can't think of an organization, but let's just say there was one where 5 board members thought it was worth discussing. So that would be the first one we would discuss, since it is clear that most of the board thinks that's priority. And then we'll work from there. And then the very last piece, or before the approval, is to review our list. So during the first 3, I guess, processes, those applicants aren't finalized. So we're just gonna go through the first 3, and then at the very end is when we'll give a chance to discuss that list. Just so, let's just say, for example, if we're in the top scoring applicants section and then we decide to move around applicants that should actually be in that section, it might affect our decision making for the other 2 sections. So we just want to kind of have a general idea of what organizations will be awarded, and at the very end we can discuss.
Yeah, there's just kind of like a final chance to bring up any concerns, doubts, additional info. And one thing that I wanted to pose to you all as well is, like, sometimes I hear maybe not conditions, but like opportunities for us to get additional info from organizations before we give them the final okay. I think that's happened in the past where we've asked for an MOU, for example. So if there's anything like that where you're like, we really don't feel comfortable saying the final yes on this until, Andrea, you go back and ask them this question and they say this or the other thing, there's just opportunity during that last review to get anything else out that you all feel.
Perfect, thank you. So that's kind of how the process is and what our subcommittee decided on. I'll pause for any questions, or if anyone had any clarifying things that they wanted to mention.
Or things that you don't agree with or want to change.
I have a question / comments related to this from the presentation this morning on the amount of funds that we have available. I think it was kind of silently agreed upon, but did we want to discuss that reserve parts for keeping that $185,000 for future years in case of anything to happen? Did we need to discuss that to make an official decision about it, or just?
Do you want to go into that now, Crystal?
Yeah, that's actually what, thank you for, that transition. Yeah, I did want to ask a question to the board, and what y'all think about either reserving and holding that $185K, knowing the current conditions of funding, or if we should spend it, because again, it's all that we could use all the money that we can get. So what are some people's thoughts?
I have a clarifying question. I misunderstood it, but I also thought then the GoCo's million was also up for that, or no? Like, are we with, because that would potentially be a one-time only thing?
I think we should spend the $1 million that GoCo granted. And Patricia explained the timeline for that, but we usually give those 2 years. for funds to be spent. So if we held off on that, then that would shorten the amount of time that our grantees would have to spend.
But let's say GoCo would have not come up with those 1 million. The only extra funds that would have had to be able to play with outside of those other million would have been those 185. And I think that's kind of the piece of like, do we want to keep those 185 in the bank? Because we don't know what's going to happen next year with the lottery. And we for sure can't, well, we shouldn't count on those, and again, on those 1 million from GoCo. It's kind of more being conservative. I guess my other question is, can it be used even for technical support for any of our grantees in the future, if it is requested? And I know one of the pieces we have talked about is like, how are they quantifying their success? And how are they being able to even have, you know, supporting some of those pieces in like surveys, et cetera, with that? If we see it, you know, at the end of this cycle that we, you know, the money is gonna be coming next year, could that be used for technical support?
So maybe this is a question for Dave, but as I read the statute, the funding coming out of the Outdoor Equity Grant Fund must be distributed based on like a competitive grant application. So we could maybe make the suggestion to applicants to say like, hey, technical assistance is one of the qualifying expenditures that you can make on this grant if that's something that you would like. And then you all as a board can look for that in applications. But I think
when they are, wasn't they already submitted to, if we wanted to like,
I don't think we can distribute grant funds out of that fund if it's not through a competitive grant application.
Okay.
Operational funds would be different, but we don't have a lot to play with on that end.
Mika said something.
Mika said, I would recommend we spend it this round. I don't think it makes strategic sense to hold back an amount of money that's so small in terms of the amount of money we see applied for every year.
I guess I have another question too, from Patricia's presentation. So is she saying, so we just don't, there's no guarantee that we'll get any money next year. So there's a chance that there will be no granting.
So there's also the remaining fund balance that has been made off of mostly interest of money in the fund. And I think if we take this 185,000 out, it comes out to around 400,000 plus whatever interest we get next year.
So it could become something, like, you know, money.
Yeah, 400,000 or so, 460,000.
Doubles that here.
Okay, Mika said that makes more sense to me to keep it then. Is that kind of you changing your mind, Mika?
Yeah, I think I didn't understand that it would grow in that way. And so I was thinking it's a huge amount of board process to go through for what could be only 2 or so grants. But if we're talking about closer to 500,000, I think it could warrant and justify more of a grant process if it's that amount of money.
Okay.
Question kind of off of that. If say next year we are in a space where we just don't have as much funds, or not even 2 million maybe next year. This year's process, we allowed up to 100,000. That's not, like, we can change that number, what people can apply to, right? So like maybe next year it's like the top most you apply for is 50,000 or whatever. And I'm just throwing out numbers, no logic behind that. That is possible, right? Okay.
Yeah, just the large impact, so like capital purchases will be less of them. It'll be more like programming that you can purchase with that.
Yeah, I would say that I think there are good arguments both ways, but I would probably lean towards keeping this amount in reserve with that other interest, funding. Just because, I mean, basically what we're trying to do here is like gap through just a year or two, a fiscal year or two of uncertainty with the changes that are coming and further out projections. We should be in pretty good shape, and I think we should be able to, build a little bit more of build back a reserve. But I am, still fairly worried about the very next fiscal year and not having that funding. So yeah, I think it's been said, even if we've got, $500,000 that we can grant out, that is, still worth the process. It's worth, we can still make some impactful grants that way. And that's really what I'm focused on is kind of that very next fiscal year.
I would 100% agree with that, and I think also with this, we have a little bit of opportunity if the funder comes through and wants to do a matching grant with this, that we have some sort of seed funding that can support these larger matches. I think it allows us a lot more opportunity. I'm very much of like, let's think in terms of abundance, but I think right now I just want us to be a little bit more fiscally conservative because we don't know what's going to happen in the next couple of years.
Is there anyone that's, I guess that wants to spend it this year? Because I'm starting to hear that a lot of folks want to save it for the next year. So is there anyone who's opposed to that? Okay. So do we have to do an official vote for that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, last chance. Any comments, concerns?
I am agnostic. Either way is fine with me. But what I do want to make a point out is that when we get asked the question, why did you hold it? That we have a answer that has been crafted for every board member and that we all give that. So I think that way. And I think those of us that are in community can easily get that question. And I just want to know what the answer is, what the official answer
is. Do you think that's a bike rack question that we can discuss like for next year, early next year's meeting?
It's almost a state of funding at this time too. So I think we'll have to talk a little bit about what happened this year and how much uncertainty we've had this year and where we're able to get to. And because of that uncertainty, we're being fiscally conscious thinking about next year. So it's almost like a state of right now, we can all be on the same page next year. And also we're gonna get like, why 2 million? Why not 3? There's always that of like, it's never gonna be enough. There's much need.
Okay, well, I think that's something to keep in mind then when we discuss awarding the grant. Now we know we have almost 200K extra, which definitely will be a lot to fund. So thank you everyone for sharing. Okay. Timekeeper, again, just to make sure we stay on track with the schedule, does anyone want to volunteer to be our timekeeper? Jenny? Thanks, Chris.
Beep beep, not fun.
So yeah, the time guidelines. So we are going to have 15 minutes per opportunity area and 8 minutes per additional application. So 8 minutes per additional application, like within.
In the part 3.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so just 15 minutes per opportunity area. And I believe we have.
Oh, and we did this.
We had 8 opportunity areas. Okay, and then going back to those 3 rounds, the process subcommittee formulated. Does anyone have any thoughts or want to revise this thought process, or maybe want to ask anyone in the committee how they came up with this system? And should we, for the 185K, should we split that evenly by 3 and just put it in each section?
I thought that wasn't being spent.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were going to spend. Oh, yeah, sorry, never mind, we aren't going to, my bad. So then never mind. Okay, sorry. Okay, so forget that question. Is everyone okay with top applicants being 40% of funds, opportunity areas 40%, and then round 3 is that 20%? Does that seem equitable? And again, just a reminder that a good handful of top score applicants are also included in the opportunity area, so.
Can you define top scored applicants?
Yeah, so.
I can answer that.
Yeah,
if you want
thank
me to. That'll be based on the cumulative scores from everyone's scores, all of the rubrics. So each application that's in this final round had 8 people review them, which is many more than we've had in the past. So that's 5 voting members and then 1 staff member from each agency. So Chris and I read all of the applications, and then Frida and Connor split all of the applications between the 2 of them. So yes, that'll be the cumulative score based on those 8 scores.
Was that top applicants up, that their total ask is up to that 800?
That's right. And I'll show it when we get to that point.
Cool, that leads into next question that I had, that I believe we discussed last year too, is partial funding. So if us as a board, if we were to get stuck on 2 applicants, there is the choice to do partial funding. And I just wanted to ask if that's something that we want to consider this year, or if we want to fund the applicant the full ask that they have. Last year, I believe we did some partial funding for how many organizations?
I think 2 to 3, and it was really at the end of the discussion trying to fill in some gap, or like just fill in the remaining funding, but we didn't have enough to cover their full ask. But in years past, we have also, or the board has also decided to offer partial funding to a large amount of organizations. That has trended towards the board funding as many full asks as possible each year. But of course, it's always up to you all.
Don't have something one way or another, but just to share some insight as an organization working in this space. This year, we've seen more funders due to the increased volume of applicants being received, awarding partial funding. Not that it goes one way or another, but just to accommodate that piece. So there are other grantors in that space thinking through that piece and have gone through it, while also bringing up that during discussions in the past, this board has tried to honor the applicant's request to the best of our abilities as well. So just wanted to provide some of that insight in case it was useful for anyone.
Yeah, to add to what Brian said, I think the value of recognizing that organizations and communities ask for what they need, and we should trust that. It came partly out of a conversation about how much we struggled our first year to fund fewer grants with their full request. And I think landing on trying to fund as many grants as possible, that are worthy at their full amount, makes sense to me from that perspective. But if there are extra dollars left over, considering partial grants as necessary feels like a good balance from my perspective. So leaning towards full funding, using extra dollars, partial is where I think I fall on that.
Thanks, Mika.
I think in the past, we've also asked the question on the application, if we were not able to fund you this fully, what could you do with, right? We've had a time where we've asked that, which really gave a lot of information. I don't know how, I mean, I feel like, I'd rather fund what people ask for and what they need, even if it's less of the total, you know, I don't care about saying we had hundreds of grants. I care about the impact that 10 people can do with having the right money. But I think it should be like a case by case basis, because at least the applications, some of the applications that I read were pretty heavily operations and administration. And I'm not like salaries. And I know why that's happening, right? Because people have been cut in other places. So they're trying to make up a percentage of that salary with these dollars. And so I worry about allowing, you know, giving partial funding that really isn't helpful if you're trying to get a salary paid. So I just feel like it would be helpful to look at the situation, you know, look at the budget, look at, you know, like, I mean, some of my applications, and I made a note of it, like 60% of what they were asking for was operating dollars to pay people. So if you give them half of that, are they gonna be able to do this? Because now they have one less person that they can't, you know, bring on. So I just think we need to look at when we have a question, we need to look at the budget, we need to look at like, I mean, if you're asking for money for programs and I'm gonna give you half, you could easily say, I'll just take half the number of kids. And that makes sense, right? But if what we're cutting is people's admin and operations, that's a different story.
So I'm hearing if there is a situation where we're considering partial funding, just pulling up that budget and making sure it makes sense.
To see if partial funding is gonna be useful.
Or recommending looking at the smaller dollar applications that might have not made it to the top because maybe the impact was not seen as high. So my concern is also even giving them less dollars. We're either taking money away from their staff, which is their overhead and all that, so their operations and the money that they're using, it's gonna be services at less quality, or you're taking actual dollars for like gear and food and lunches, which is what a lot I saw in the budgets, and then you're just serving less people and you're just paying for overhead, not actually to get kids outside, which is my concern sometimes. Like, are we just paying for people pushing paper in an office and having Zoom meetings rather than getting kids outside? So I think that is my concern if we are decreasing their amounts and just telling them like, oh, try to do this with half the money. But it's just, we're just gonna not do good service to anybody here. We're just gonna be continuing to create more weight on these organizations.
I love funding, you know, trusting communities and organizations to say what they need. And also, you know, like I think agree that looking at some of the small ones, because like there's one, I'm still very surprised at the amount that they asked for. But I also know that sometimes communities or organizations, you know, they go, I don't want to be greedy. Like this is all I need. And so then, but then does that, like that versus someone asking for 100,000, what they could do with that versus the small amount, you know? And so sometimes, and then also there's professional grant writers who, no matter what that top is they're allowed to ask for, they will ask for that because they have in their mind, well, I'll ask for 100. And if we get half, that's going to be great. But of course they don't put that in the application, that like, well, we'd be happy with half. So it's that balance of like, is this truly what this organization needs to have that their scope of work matches this impact, you know, and is intentional about that impact versus they're just asking because they have the opportunity to ask. So, but definitely believe in trusting what people ask
This be one of those things that we push off to the end and ask them? 'Cause I know that like a lot of my partners will receive, you know, a third of what they've asked for, and then they're feeling like, well, I can't even do it actually, or I could do it, but I'll just have to think of it differently, and the proposal that I submitted no longer matches the work I can do.
The quality is much less.
Yeah, so, you know, I think does it hurt to say like, okay, we've got X amount of dollars, we're most interested in these 3 applications. Would they actually benefit from 15 each or something? Or, you know, like, I think it goes back to that trusting them to know what's best for them. I mean, I'm more inclined to say they would want it anyway, but does that then constitute a change in scope of work?
Yeah, and I think if that is a question you want me to go back to the applicant with and ask for an amended scope of work, I think ultimately we would need to come back together as a board to make that vote. It could be a fairly quick meeting, especially if you have access to the materials before, but certainly that's something that
all chat.
So one comment on partial funding from my point of view is, you know, each application is somewhat unique in itself. Many of them have more support than others. And so it could boil down to what our thoughts are on each individual application, where they maybe are better funded. And so you could say, well, we can't, they rank high, but here's a situation where we're not going to give you 100,000, but we give you partial funding. I think a lot of it just depends on the individual application and what their budgets are and what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think kind of where we've come to this before is seeking to maintain some flexibility, which is, I think very important with that clearly stated intention of, you know, trusting applicants and wherever we can, you know, funding in full. But, you know, again, that's really our job as a board to go through these budgets and read these applications and make those comparisons and then use our best judgment in those cases. But I do think, you know, maintaining that flexibility is you know, pretty important.
Mika offered, given that we haven't hit consensus yet, can we pick this conversation back up if it comes up during the grant decision itself? Great suggestion. Mika. Okay, this is on our agenda, but we did it last year, so I'll just do a really quick overview. Crystal, was there anything else you wanted to go over? Okay, cool. Of our applications this year. So for grant interest forms, we received 248 total submissions. I believe 3 of those were kind of not moved on to you all because they didn't meet our requirements in one way or another. Mostly not reaching youth is kind of what organizations butt up against there. We had over $20 million in total requests in that grant interest form phase. Here are quickly all of the dots of where those grant interest forms came from across the state. I can also click on the actual map if anybody wants to zoom in at all. For the full application phase, we had 54 applicants that moved on to the second round. We decided to move forward about $4.5 million in requests, a little bit over twice as much as the funding we have to give out. And the average amount requested climbs higher and higher every year. So that average amount this year was $83,935, so about $84,000. The median was 99,652, so that tells us that people are really skewing towards asking for that full amount, and the most frequently requested amount there was the full amount of $100,000. Here's a map of where the full applications came from across the state. And again, you all have this in your email, but I can also pull it up on the screen if we want to take a closer look at any point.
What's that middle empty there?
This,
God, we always have an empty.
the San Luis Valley.
Oh.
Is that applicant SLV go?
This one?
Yeah.
This is the Castilla County, there's some kind of government entity. Castilla County Conservation District?
Yeah.
Something like that.
We funded SLV go last year.
Last year we haven't passed.
We have in the past.
And there was another group, actually two other groups at least that we funded in the valley.
Just in the San Luis Valley. I know that they operate a little more in a coalition-based model when they apply. So not that that explains why there's that gap, but in the past, when we funded some of them, they've been off of that coalition-based model. Just work across the valley.
Presentation. Any questions about any of that or like any other data you all would like to see? Okay, I'll pull up those top 9 applicants. It's always a challenge here with spreadsheets on the screen. Okay, so I've highlighted here those 9 applicants, and the total funding for these top 9 scored applicants is $801,988, so about $802,000. It's like 40.1%. So right around that 40%, which is very handy. And here I have the name of the organization, their cumulative score, and the opportunity area that they're in. I have other columns as well if you need a refresher on any of these. Those were Adaptive Sports Center in Gunnison, Bits of Freedom in Beulah, Elevate Her in Buena Vista, Stepping Stones of the Roaring Fork Valley. I think they might be in Glenwood, I can't remember exactly. Carbondale. Inside Out Youth Services in Colorado Springs, Rocky Mountain Welcome Center is in Aurora, Boys and Girls Clubs of Pueblo County and Pueblo, the Colorado Asian Culture and Education Network, also in Aurora, I believe, or Denver, Inglewood, and Matthews House in Fort Collins.
Question right now, if we have any objections to the review.
Yeah, so Crystal, I think you can lead us in going for a vote. We had kind of discussed like saving any discussion of these until that kind of like last opportunity later on tomorrow so that we can move forward with discussing some applicants that are in the opportunity areas or maybe came in further down the list.
So just after looking at these 9 applicants, which is pretty cool, all of them are from different regions. I'm used to seeing like a good handful like in the Colorado, like metro region, so it's cool how spread out. Does anyone have any comments to add? Or I guess we're gonna save that to the end. So I guess for now, we're gonna go on approving to move forward these 9 applicants.
I had a note on my application for the Colorado Asian Culture and Education Network that when I reviewed their stuff, my note says that I made to myself, this should be a programmatic grant, not a general operating one. And when I looked at their, when I looked at their budget, I had a conflict about what they were asking for and what it was being used for. And they are not an outdoor recreation organization. This is outdoor recreation programming that they're putting, in place. So and I got the sense that they didn't necessarily saw that as different, right? But it felt to me like they were asking for general operating and that it really should be a programmatic grant. I don't know about the other people that read that or reviewed the whole thing.
I did, but I guess I didn't see the differentiation in the budget there. I saw the service that we were gonna apply, but I didn't see the.
Would that be a situation, Benny, where you would want to approve a portion of that budget?
No, I mean, I scored them highly too. I was just conflicted with how that money was gonna be dished out. So if it's programmatic, then it's restricted to the outdoor work that they need to do. If it's operations, they could use it for anything they want to in their organization. And that's what I was worried about when I saw the budget. So I'm in favor of funding them. I just think it needs to be restricted to programmatic support.
Okay. Would that be an application that you're willing to take a look at this evening? And then we can kind of, in that section tomorrow, before the final vote, where we kind of like review the list, we can talk about what that restriction could be, and I can come back to that applicant and explain that to them.
Sure.
If there's agreement.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with funding them. I just, they were.
Thank you, Penny. Good to know. Okay, well, I'm not hearing anything else, so we will, for now, move forward with these applicants. Again, there'll be opportunity tomorrow. If you do have any other questions or maybe a little hesitant to move this forward, there will be opportunity tomorrow. But for now, these will be the 9, and then we can go into now the opportunity areas. Yeah, starting off with Pueblo. And our time, Chris.
Ready, set, go.
And then we have a break scheduled at 2.
Not on my 15 minutes.
Okay, so I have a lot of information here. I can hide some of it. Just tell me if you want to see anything here. Here in Pueblo, 2 out of the 3 organizations that applied were a part of that top 9.
Or I guess, would it be helpful first just to go through each tab so we all have a general idea what categories were funded already?
Sure. Okay, so here's Pueblo. 2 were in that top 9. The Northern Front Range, which was really focusing in on Fort Collins, Greeley, that area of the state. We have the Matthews House, which was funded, and then 5 other organizations that weren't represented in that top 9. Okay, for the Eastern Plains, which I will just put my own personal narrative in here. This is a really large region, the way that we break it up. And we had 2 organizations that serve some portion of the Eastern Plains Adaptive Sports Center, which of course is based in Crested Butte, so they're not out in the Eastern Plains, and then Bits of Freedom, which does some programming kind of in the southeast there. And we had 4 other organizations that weren't represented in that top 9. Please just interrupt me if I'm going to. Okay, so for the central southwest, what we're calling it is kind of that western slope north of Durango, Cortez, kind of 4 Corners area, which in the past has been pretty well funded by this grant, and south of Grand Junction. So that area around Gunnison, Crested Butte, all the way out to the western border of the state and the west end, kind of Nucla, Naturita area. We had 1 organization that was represented in that top 9, and then an additional 7 that weren't. The Northwest, so kind of west of Steamboat Springs, and north of I-70. We had 3 applicants in this round. None of those are represented in that top 9. For foster system youth, we had, 5 total organizations that work with that population. 1 of those were represented in the top 9 applications. For justice involved youth, we had 2 applicants that reached that population. They aren't represented in that top 9. And then for trans and non-binary youth, we had 5 groups that work with that population, and 1 was represented in the top. So I'll bring it back to Pueblo.
I guess a question or idea I just thought of, would it be more ideal to start in opportunity areas where there are no like applicants awarded yet? So like Pueblo, we see that there's 2, so would it be worth starting on a tab that has none? So I think like Northwest tab. The Northwest tab, it shows that there was none that were included in the top applicant. And this is just an idea, so if anyone thinks it's not as efficient, let me know. But I think it would be best if we start in areas that haven't been addressed yet. Does that sound okay? Cool. Chris, start our 15 minutes. Let's just look at, does everyone have access to the spreadsheet too?
I shared it with you all this morning, but let me know if you don't.
Yeah, it might be more helpful to follow along if you can access that. But yeah, our 3 applicants, Yampa Valley Autism Program, STARS, and Colorado River. And our top applicants at Yampa Valley, they requested $100,000. Is there anyone in this group that read the application that wants to advocate to fill this gap area?
Yeah, I read that application. And I really, really felt strongly that it was a great, what did I say? Wait, did I read that up? Yeah, I think I did.
I think you did.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I know for me, I read that one and scored it very highly. When just thinking about like the intersection of youth and everything this organization works with, but thinking about it in context of youth with disabilities, that is actually one of from a demographic population that is often left out from the outdoors. And so I would just strongly say that score is fairly comparable and fairly high that we all ranked it, and it is a top category here. And you can see a pretty big intersection of the different, and an intersection of just the lived experiences with youth. So I felt pretty strongly about this one as well.
Yeah, I did too. My comments was yes to an outdoor recreation therapist. I thought that was the first time I had seen money dedicated just to an outdoor recreation therapist. I like that this will focus on neurodivergent kids serving Northwest Colorado, which I thought was a geographic area that we always sort of are low on. I love that that they're exploring opportunities for careers in the outdoors with neurodivergent kids. That's really unheard of, actually. And I felt like there was a lot of intersectionality in who they serve. And they had really good data supporting this. So I felt really, really good about this.
I also read through this one and it scored highly. Also, one of the pieces that contrast from the other applications that I read was that they specifically named that a good part of their reporting and evaluation was going to have participant engagement in it to inform how they adapt, and that just to me brought it back to that like community focused, community initiated perspective to make sure that they're actually serving the needs of the groups.
My only comment on this one was just, because majority of their budget would be going to purchasing a vehicle. And so just reflecting on the cost of that versus how many program days, but of course, hopefully in the future, having a vehicle that they can decrease their program days. So just was a question around, what else is this camp going to be used for outside of those 40 program days or 40 outdoor activities?
On that, I'm trying to remember. We read so many, and you read more than I did. Wasn't that van one of the ones that they requested that was like a specialized van though?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
first very
Yeah, it would have a wheelchair lift.
Right.
And that's all why it's much more expensive than other vans.
Right.
Yeah.
For whatever it's worth too, I didn't read this one, sounds very compelling. But this one is our 15th top scoring, and Stars one, there's not a ton of difference in the next one, and I think that's our 19th top scoring. So these are two of our overall top 20 scores too.
I have a question for the group here, just how the conversation just kind of started and headed. Are we going to want to talk about any of the applications here to move on to the next one, or just kind of start with the top ones from what we scored and then go from there, if that makes sense?
Yeah. I think one reason why we might not just blanket say we'll just take the top one is some of these geographic areas are quite large, so there might be an instance where one is further down the list, but it's reaching a community that you kind of see a need in.
Would that be the last $400,000 we want to give to them? It's like the top will be the initial and that we saw, a middle ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you all how you want to do it. we had also talked about allocating around $800,000 to opportunity areas. So there might be opportunity, like for this opportunity area that doesn't have a top application chosen already, then you might choose to move forward with more than one.
Just want to name that so that as we're looking through this, not that there's anything wrong with it, but if you feel like there's something else that is not on the top one, if you want to just speak on it, just so that it comes to top of mind for us.
Great. Thank you, Brian. And also too, I think something that we'll discuss is, or actually, I want to be considerate of the 15 minutes that we dedicated to this section. So.
You have 8 minutes and 25 seconds.
Okay, the Yampa Valley, everyone who reviewed it, it sounded like really compelling to reward, so.
Can I just add a few things, sorry?
Yeah.
Andre, I had a note that, they didn't complete their W-9 and that box 3A was missing their answer.
Yampa Valley. Yeah, I reached out to them for that. Turns out their email wasn't, it was invalid, and I haven't heard anything back from them about that, so.
All of that
We'll
is
see.
to them. Right, like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, and you know, I'm now worried about status, so I think we need to have a valid W-9 before they are told that they're gonna get it.
Sure. That's fair.
And then does anyone want to discuss the other two that are in this spreadsheet? So STARS and then Colorado River, or if anyone else in this room that read those applications that think it's worth discussing? And just again, keeping in mind that we do have, I believe, a little over 8 opportunity areas, and we are gonna fund 800,000. So just keeping in mind that we'll most likely move forward only 1 applicant, 1 to 2 applicant per opportunity area. So just keeping that in mind.
Can I just add a point on STARS? I scored them highly, and we visited them, so now it's even better for them because I could see what they do. But they're only asking for $10,000, and while normally I would be like, oh, we can afford that. Let's just do that, right? Because they're strong and they're good. Actually, I actually don't think STARS needs our $10,000. I mean, they're really well funded, and the executive director shared that with us, right? Like, I mean, one of their donors can give $10,000, no problem. And so I just would skip it because there's somebody else who's going to want $10,000 that cannot get it as easily as they can. But I think their program is strong. I think that what they do is wonderful. I just think that they just don't have a need like others.
That's how I felt when I was reading their application too. Like, is that they felt that they had like a lot of support compared to other applicants that I read.
Yeah, I scored it highly, but I would agree with that. I also read the last Colorado River OCES program and scored that quite highly. I thought really thoughtful workforce development focus there that was well thought out. Clearly they had time and effort into it. Strong record of partnership, a whole lot of partners listed, both in other nonprofits, community partners, industry partners, which is sometimes rare to see. Good focus on long-term sustainability beyond any grant that we would make. Just overall, very strong application.
When comparing Yampa and the Colorado River, is there one that would take more priority for you when you read those applications?
So I didn't read the Yampa Valley Austin program. I think from what it sounds like, very, very strong program. I would have certainly no issue funding that one if that's the way we choose to go, but.
Did anyone else read the Colorado River, or who else did?
I read all three of these and I ranked them all.
Oh, nice.
In this order. I think the thing that I will note is, for the Colorado River BOSES, they are connected to school districts. So they provide, like, I think how they started out is providing teacher training, but since then they've kind of started doing more student support as well. And as explained to me, every school district has like a BOSES program that they work with throughout the state. And I think there might be like 9 or 10 of them across the state. So they do work with schools and school districts in kind of like that northwest corner, so like Moffett, Routt counties. However, this proposal, the schools that they will be focusing on are more on that like I-70 corridor, where there has been good levels of funding from this grant in the past. They're not specifically focused on like Craig or Moffett County, which I think was the intention with this opportunity area. So not to say that it's not worthy of funding, but I just wanted to name that. They do have connections, I think, to the schools in Craig, but this kind of sounded like a pilot program that was going to pilot in Garfield, Pitkin, and Eagle counties.
That's a good point. Mika.
Mika says we have a BOSES program in Chaffey County. They're great and very well respected.
BOCES typically work in more rural, they're very active in rural communities. In some rural communities, they're the only kind of provider of extracurricular or additional activities in schools and communities.
From these, I read 2 of them and would say that Yampa Valley Autism Program is the one that I want to move forward for the whole group to review or consider for tomorrow.
The only thing is they don't have a valid W.
With that caveat.
Yeah, and that's very common, Benny. We have to get corrections on W-9s for many grant applicants, but yeah, we're working on it.
So by financing and some of that right ones, and they have to submit it right before the deadline, sort of.
Yeah. Also, the fact that their email was invalid kind of
Right.
set off some red flags. in
Right,
my
okay.
head. And I emailed the actual like official email on their website, and I still haven't heard anything back. So that's interesting.
I mean, and that's odd because if you're working with neurodivergent kids, with kids with autism, there must be some over sight on all of that. So there.
Okay, again, we'll have a chance tomorrow if after going through everything, if we want to change our minds. But for now, is anyone opposed to moving the Yampa Valley program forward? Awesome. Then we will choose that one for now.
30 seconds to spare.
Wow. And we are actually right on our break time. So, yeah, we have on the schedule till 2:15. So we'll get back together in 15 minutes to continue discussing.
And I try to find their 990. Because I'm like, sometimes I see I like to look at their website. No real information.
Okay, online folks, we'll come back in 15 minutes.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Just before the break, we were going over the opportunity areas, and we made not an official decision, but we made a decision to fund Yampa Valley for the Northwest section. And I also would like to highlight that there are some repeats in some sections. So let's just say Pueblo has bits of freedom, but Eastern Plains also has the bits of freedom categorized in there too. So something to make note of. But the next opportunity area that has no top applicants within it is the Justice tab. If you don't mind sharing your screen again. There's two, the Victim Offender of Denver DVA Colorado Circles for Change and Center for Family Outreach. So again, these are programs that are focused on justice related goals.
Quick question, if I could just shout out to the online folks. Are you guys able to see the digital whiteboard that I sent you, Mika, Omar, with the sticky tabs on them? Oh, Mika just left. He was in there.
If you all have, or Omar, if you have issues, okay, yes, I can. Okay, perfect, thank you. Welcome back, Mika. I think when you maybe got booted out, Selena was asking Mika if you have access to the online sticky board that she sent out.
Chris, did you start the time or can you start the time? Okay. So I actually read both of these applicants. Both are asking for around 100,000. I started gravitating towards Center for Family Outreach. Both applications were actually very strong in my opinion, but the first one, the Victim Offender of Denver, they just were a little bit vague in my opinion. They mentioned that they were going to have excursions like fishing and snowboarding and things like that, but I was more curious on the sustainability aspect of it, of how they might be continuing to bring those specific youths outdoors besides like a one event time. Compared to the second one, they just provided more detail and highlighted they incorporated a lot of community input, or I guess the youth input of what they preferred, and I'm hoping I'm remembering right. But the Center for Family Outreach, I think they have like a youth board where they can have, they have the youth that were a part of the program be a part of the board and actually help plan future events that are more beneficial for them. And I thought that was really important because it shows that they value the voice of the youth that they're serving. So that's why I'm gravitating more towards Center for Family Outreach than the first one. Just because they really, that youth board is what gravitated
I have read both of these questions. I scored the Victim Offender or the Colorado Circles for Change higher, mostly because of their direct relationship with the justice system, and so their ability to directly reach that youth is to me just so high compared to the Center for Family Outreach, which is more justice is listed as one of the intersections of the youth. But I will say that the Center for Family Outreach will also show up in the northern Front Range because they're in Larimer County and are serving some of those. So there may be the opportunity, I would say, to talk about them also in that northern Front Range section. But I just scored that same things, the youth input in the programs and everything, but then just that direct connection to the justice system to get those kids as part of their experience. Made it rise higher for me.
And sadly, this is the only one, well, not the only, but one of the only ones to mention American Indian youth. And I also did like a little social media peeping and saw who that they were connected with, and it seemed like they are pretty closely tied with that, like those people or community groups that are serving Indigenous youth, and that they don't differentiate between American Indian and like other Indigenous people from North America. So I did like that about them as well.
Which one was that?
That was the Circles for Change.
Who else read that? Those either.
I did both as well. And I mean, I think I agree with everything that's just been said. I think I would just echo all of these things. Like I agree though, Crystal, the youth advisory piece, that like stood out to me by a lot though. Yeah. Like just like that detail of metric and evaluation and like structure and why and like just that kind of reiterative process that they do just really stood out to me. So I'm gonna echo that piece. But also echoing what you two were saying though, thinking about the direct demographic population and community that they're working with, the DBA or Circles for Change. Yeah. But I appreciate you making the point though that Center for Family Outreach is in another category. So I maybe make a stronger argument in the other category for them.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I agree. I changed my mind and I'm gravitating towards the Colorado Circles for Change as well.
I read all of your comments and things, and a lot of people had the same comment for Colorado Circles for Change was like, oh, I wish that they had gone in more into detail in their scope of work and said like exactly what they're going to do. I think I get the impression from them that this is a small part of their programming right now that they would really like to grow. So I think funding them will also be acknowledging to give them a little bit of space to figure out like what kinds of activities can work out for them. I think that everybody picked up that they don't have that 100% figured out right now, but maybe that's something that the board is okay with supporting them and giving some funding for them to be able to play with and be able to build out a program a little bit more than what they have.
Yeah, then I'm all for moving them forward for this area. I think everyone else agrees as well. Cool. Justice category is for Colorado Circles for Change. So now we are at around 200,000 for opportunity areas, or funding for opportunity areas. Okay, and now we are at the point where each opportunity areas will have a duplicate.
Can I ask a question real quick though? On Central Southwest and Eastern Plains, is Central Southwest Adaptive Sports Center and that's on both? Is that right?
Yeah, so they are based in that kind of like Central Southwest, but they serve youth from all over Colorado. So they named the Eastern Plains as an area where youth come from. I don't know the percentages on that. They also work with a youth group specifically from the San Luis Valley. So they serve youth from across the state with, I think, a little bit more of a focus of youth that are in that valley, Crested Butte, Gunnison. Sorry, y'all, I'm gonna get a second screen next year.
Steal Fletcher's right here.
I know, I should.
It's not being used.
Did he leave that for you?
He did.
What section would you like to, or what category would you like to go to next?
Yeah, now it's all repeats, or not
We
repeats.
go to Pueblo,
Yeah.
because there's 2 repeats and just 1. And I have thoughts on the 1.
Agreed.
So that's a short list.
So I guess a question for this one, too, in this opportunity area, we're also in the top applicant category. So my question is that does everyone think that this area of opportunity is filled or represented to where we can just move on from this tab? Or do you think we should have some discussion for the Sunstone Inclusivity Network as well?
Yeah, and they'll show up in the other tab as well.
I'm comfortable with approving this opportunity area as represented. If anyone else opposes, let me know. Cool. Moving on
We
to
did that one in less than a minute.
Wow. Amazing.
New record.
Next category is Northern Front Range. The Matthews House also falls under the foster category, which I honestly think might be more relevant in the foster section. But yeah, the other ones are Lincoln Middle School, Center for Family Outreach, which is the one we just discussed for the Justice tab, Connections for Independent Living, Kids at Heart, and City of Fort Collins Natural Areas. So for any individuals that's read either one of these and want to advocate, yeah. Again, I want to say that I think the Matthews House should be in the foster tab. So I'm open to granting another award for this section. Others agree as well.
We're just having discussion on it for further decisions.
I would just echo that Center for Family Outreach again, that we were just talking about in that category. So I would just like highlight that, but not adding anything from what we've already said about it.
From here, yeah, same for that one. I read it, and then just something that I want to highlight, just to kind of mention, City of Fort Collins Natural Areas. They were looking for funding to purchase a motorized wheelchair for their trails program, so that they can expand accessibility for it, for trail access. Just want to highlight that one there, in case there was.
Sorry, which one?
City of Fort Collins Natural Areas.
I like that one because I think we've historically struggled to fund that type of wheelchair accessibility program because it's so expensive. But this is a good opportunity to really highlight one of those grants because it meets, 2 real opportunity areas, the disabled community, which I think we fund well, but not in Fort Collins and the Fort Collins, Northern Colorado area.
I agree. I also read this, and they seemed to have a very detailed plan on how they'll operate renting out the chair. They'll have certified people, I think, that can drive, like that could transport it, as well as, I forgot what the other profession was, but they would have dedicated people for, I guess, maintenance and scheduling of the chair. So, which I appreciated.
I think it's a reasonable ask too. I think my thing was, what if there's more, like a field trip, more than one child?
Yeah, that's
and so I'm like, well, can the City of Fort Collins match this by 2? Where's the responsibility of the local government to make things accessible to begin with? But like Mika said, I totally agree that these are difficult, but I think that in a competitive cycle and with a reasonable ask, this could have great impact with there because they have a solid plan for how they would put this into action.
Adaptive equipment is very expensive, so.
Who read the Lincoln Middle School and Connections for Independent Living? Oh, and Kids at Heart.
I would definitely say Kids at Heart would fit more squarely in the foster, because they very, like, their mission is to support foster families. And even, you know, like Matthew's House is more for at-risk youth, which foster youth are under that umbrella. But Kids at Heart, very squarely, just their mission is foster youth. And then I don't remember Lincoln Middle School, and I can't find it on my score sheet. Did I really read
You want me to look?
that one? Yeah.
Read your comments out loud.
Okay, they're probably really intelligent. Very smart.
I had independent living as well, and I scored it fairly high. I like the inclusion part of it and all types of people with disabilities.
Yeah, my comment on that one is I like the partners that are at the table and the providing experiences and the cross-learning opportunities.
Oh, because it's under Poudre School District.
Oh, okay. Phew, I did read it.
You said no comment.
Could anyone speak a little more to, like, there seemed to be hesitation about schools earlier in the conversation. Could anyone expand on that? Just the notion that it's like not typically targeted to a specific demographic.
I don't think it's. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think sometimes we have struggled as a board to fund school-based programs because when we look at their demographic data, you know, organizations that are incredibly targeted in their student base can say, you know, we specifically run programs for trans or foster youth or a specific group that we are mandated to help fund, versus schools are not allowed to do that. And so they often share demographic data on like 54% of our students are low income and 31% are people of color, but they are not actually allowed to do the targeted specific outreach, at least in their public information sharing that like we would see from nonprofits. So I think sometimes we as a board accidentally or like unconsciously downgrade them on that number, even though they're sharing the best information they can. And so I do think we take into account low income schools and schools that have racial diversity, but it is sometimes hard to weigh them against programs that are specifically outreaching and built for a targeted community.
Well, and I think the key point there is that they're built for a targeted community. It's not that it is a nice add-on, but that's, I think, the difference between some of these applications is that some of the schools, it's like they're serving these individuals by default. It's not that it is a specific programming that is catered to break and bridge the barriers why they have to the outdoors. Like language justice, like, and in a lot of those aspects that should be part of the programming. So I do want to elevate that distinction.
Yeah, I think we had one that was like from a teacher, and it was
Yes.
very specific about her students.
Uh-huh.
And she made it very
Yeah.
clear, and that felt like an easier yes than a school district. Like, even though it was from the school district, like she's very clear about her progression of her students in the next 2 years and who they are.
Yeah, we've actually funded quite a few teacher-led applications. And that always feels right to me because it's somebody really focused on a particular group of kids. And generally speaking, for me, schools, like, I wanna see the school add a pound of flesh.
Yeah, they gotta invest,
You
they
know,
gotta put
like,
some seed on it.
we, everybody pays taxes so that they can be doing these things, and so, and I know some of them are in little towns and they don't have enough and all of those things, but yeah, but I feel the same way about city government, right?
Oh,
Like, when
same.
they put in an application and they're asking for all of it and they're not bringing anything to the table, I feel like, oh.
So I found the Lincoln middle school application. I can share just to jog people's memory. So it's working with grades 6 through 12. Students begin in 6th grade with local camping experiences, advance to more challenging expeditions in 7th grade, culminates in an extended wilderness trip in 8th grade, and then high schoolers return as near peer mentors to mentor those middle schoolers through the program. So it's a year-round outdoor living class, kind of like through that middle school, and it looks like their budget is just paying for those outdoor trips, things like the guides, preparation, gear, training for their teachers, food, and those types of things.
And they do say in their demographics for the school that it's 70% low income and 48% racially and ethnically diverse.
And then Mika wrote in the chat, a reminder that half of all school districts in Colorado are on a 4-day school week because of budget cuts. We have one of the worst public school funding programs by state in the US because of tapering.
Four minutes.
Thanks, timekeeper.
Yeah, is anyone gravitated towards a specific program? I'm kind of hearing some different thoughts. I'm still leaning towards Center for Family Outreach, but maybe that's my bias because I read their application. But is anyone gravitating towards anything else?
I didn't read all of these, but I did read Connections for Living. And pretty compelling. There were a couple points where maybe could use a little bit more detail, but I do think, the intention of this focus area really is the Eastern Plains, and we've got
Northern Front Range is what we're doing.
Okay. Yeah. But I mean, I think historically, we have always struggled to fund the Eastern Plains. And so, when I look at some of these that really serve like Fort Collins and still kind of Northern Front Range versus something that's like really clearly out on the Eastern Plains, I probably give a little bit more preference points out there. So, for, it's all moved around now.
Sorry.
For Connections for Independent Living, they are really Northeast Colorado, like true Eastern Plains. So I probably just geographically, not to say that, we shouldn't fund in kind of the North Central. But there's just less applications we get. There's a tremendous amount of need out there.
You said that was for Connections for Independent Living?
Yeah. So that's like your Logan, Phillips, Sedgwick, Washington counties. That's far northeastern.
So should we move to the next tab? If there's, and come back to this one, I don't know, if there isn't any, if there's any, like in the others, we had some very specific winners. So I just wondered if we should give it a little rest and then move on to something else and then come back and see if we.
Yeah, also in this category, For Eastern Plains, these next two are funded. These next two still only equal 55,000 together.
I see.
La Junta Junior Senior High School and connections for them.
This one's got connections very good.
Yeah, I would also point out that the ones up top that were moved on for funding for top scoring, they're not necessarily like Eastern Plains specific organizations. It is an area in which they serve. And some of these other ones are specifically in the Eastern Plains to reach those populations.
I know that they are on the bottom of this list, the two kind of school district ones, Morgan County School District, and then also Good Natured Learning, which is working with a school district, the Byers School District. In the Eastern Plains, there just aren't going to be other program providers or local governments, and so sometimes the schools are kind of that main hub of all community activity. A new timer. And so I would just make the case for those that, in in the Eastern Plains where there just aren't, even in Jason's presentation earlier, when you look at the providers that were surveyed or responded, there's one or two across the entire Eastern Plains. So just, and La Junta Junior Senior High School is on there as well, which is great. They're south. And then those other two, Byers and Morgan, like Andrea said earlier, the Eastern Plains is a very large portion, and Southeast and Northeast Eastern Plains are two very different worlds.
And we've seen that through previous applications where it's a lot of school districts reaching out to apply for this to advance this work.
It may also not look like traditional outdoor recreation. And maybe it's more really heavy in the environmental education side and not necessarily we're going to go out on camping trips and things like that. Because for them, that's going away for a week because they'd have to drive to, the mountains. And so outdoor recreation looks very different in the Eastern Plains.
For me, I didn't read these next ones in this round, but from what I was able to glance from the applications, La Junta Junior Senior High and then Good Natured Learning seem to be two applications that I'd be interested in moving forward, just with their focuses.
Which one?
La Junta Junior Senior High on the, what's that, row 4, and then Good Natured Learning, which is on row
7. I mean, I may have missed something on Good Nature Learning, but I scored them very, very low. My notes say, quoted, our scope of work, this is a quote from there, our scope of work is designed to align directly with the needs and priorities of the Byers School District. And that completely turned me off because it doesn't even say the students of the Byers School District. And so when you instinctively don't go directly to the people that are supposed to, the system is supposed to be serving, I have an immediate red flag. And I feel like in general, they didn't even, like I said, I don't assume that this means it benefits students, and they weren't, and I feel like they didn't really see that. And then I also said no mention of formal feedback from families. And then they also said Byers is a new community for us, but not a new kind of challenge.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
That's what
It was really.
It was weird. I mean,
Yeah.
it was just very strange.
Yeah,
I
and
would
for-
not be okay with that, but that's. I think
For
it's part
folks
of
who
the
didn't read it, the Good Natured Learning proposal talked about training for teachers to help support teachers. I think the overall goal, once they've gone through this training program, is for 60 minutes of outdoor instruction a week. One thing I picked up on is it isn't environmental education instruction. It could be math or English language arts, but the location is outside in the schoolyard.
Yeah, and the beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries are the teachers. It's a professional, they're asking for professional development money for teachers.
And then I know La Junta Junior Senior High School was mentioned. That is that proposal from a teacher, for folks who didn't read it, who will be taking 8th to 12th grade students fishing. I think it's like an after school or a summer program that the teacher will be leading.
I love that.
Yeah, I did like that a lot.
And the
Read it
amount,
pretty
the amount is
much.
so
It
small.
was
Yeah,
six
like,
pretty much across.
that amount plus the connections for independent living, like even those two together fits well.
Well, and to diversify the thing too, I mean, we don't have a lot of fishing going on, like, I mean, we always have a lot of skiing and snowboarding and, and what about fishing?
And that's a north and southeast as well.
Yeah. Makes this easier when we go back to more of the Front Range.
Okay, so I'm hearing confidence that we want to move forward with La Junta and Connections for Independent Living. Amazing. Okay, so we'll do those two. So now we are at around 200, over almost 300,000. The opportunity area funding allocation.
That you just said.
Going back to Northern Front Range, is that what folks want? Okay.
So now the remaining two options, or three options. Wait.
Sorry, this one's
I mean, we could also be done, right?
Yeah, if we believe that this,
For now or whatever.
yeah, if this area is represented well, then we don't have to discuss any of the other ones unless anyone feels strongly. We have, I think, yeah, the Matthews House is also located in Fort Collins. Now we have Greeley.
Then we said kids at heart is Ward Foster, right?
And the Matthew House is also in the foster tab. Andre, do you have the total?
I can do it, but I have to stop screen sharing.
Okay, then I think we can move on. We can always again go back, but I think it'd be best if we just continue to the other ones. Is everyone okay moving on, or are they following along the screen with? Did Mika say she's on the mic? So the next one is Central Southwest. And Adaptive Sports Center is on here.
I just want to say you're doing a really good job facilitating. I can't exactly see who's talking, but I think it's our chair. You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
But, oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
So far we've gotten to 1,057,800 or so, which leaves around 942,000 to continue allocating. So we're a little bit over halfway.
Yeah, we have 5 more areas to discuss. That helps gauge. Okay, Central Southwest. So the Central Southwest, the top applicant in this one is Adaptive Sports Center, which also is in the Eastern Plains category. And I know this area is a bigger range, geographic range, I believe, too. But the top applicant was Metaforce Growth and Healing Center.
Which is a really highly scored applicant.
Yeah.
I didn't read it.
Yes. So Metaforce and Nature Connection came in with the same score. So Metaforce is doing like equine therapy with youth from all over the region, Montrose County, Montrose, Olathe, Delta, Uray, San Miguel, and Gunnison counties, working with Latino communities, American Indian youth, youth with disabilities. And then the Nature Connection is a partner to the Delta School District. We've funded them before, and they have a pretty well tried and tested outdoor program that reaches every kid in the school district. So they are applying for staff support for that program.
For the Metaforce Growth and Healing Center, they actually didn't rank high on my list. I thought that overall their application would have been stronger if they explained how they were planning to engage with the communities that they were mentioning inside of their application, the existing relationship that they had with them, any outreach plan for any new ones or reinforcing that bit. And inside of their evaluation response, they also were not very clear, and they didn't clearly mention how they were incorporating youth, family, and community feedback into their programs. That's just a note that I had as I was reviewing their application. I thought that it was vague in some aspects and could have expanded on some of those pieces. So because of those reasons for me, because I didn't know why or how they were engaging with the community, and then the eval metrics that they were going to use afterwards, they scored not high.
Pretty high on mine.
We're pretty
Six
high on
across-
mine too, yeah.
Across the board, 6 across the board, that I super appreciate applicants that work with Indigenous youth and incorporate Indigenous stewardship knowledge into their work and mission through close partnerships with other organizations, demonstrates their cultural competence, in authentically meeting the needs of the youth they serve. I will say that their application could have been more stronger with firsthand accounts and testimonials from the youth, but nonetheless, they scored really high on my list.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing them list that they work with Native youth, and then their proposal also had like, I think Native elders coming in to provide some additional like framing and context around the lessons. One thing I didn't see was like any stated connections to the tribes. So I think my question there that I was left with was like, is this just Native elders that they're connected to already, kind of living in that area? And are these relationships kind of like already long-standing, or would they need to go out and create the relationships? I think I didn't have clarity around that.
I think it was through the museum that's there. There's the youth tribal museum.
Oh, okay.
That is in Montrose. And they mentioned that in the application that they partner with them.
Great.
Are they planning on compensating those elders? Was that part of their budget?
I don't remember them specifying that, but I don't want to say no.
They talked about compensation for lead facilitators, but I don't know that that was specifically for the
Guest speaker stipends of $400 for honorariums. It doesn't specifically say elders there, but I would assume that would probably fall in.
I also liked this application because it had horses and just, I know there was another organization that worked on horse, like the OEGP, but I just thought it was like an interesting program in general when they combined the youth and horsemanship. There's a good list of other programs, so is there any other comment that other folks have about the other applicants? Mika?
Andrea, can you please share the column of score? Said ISIP, thinking. Yeah, no problem.
There's also that Sheep Mountain one that's only $7,000. And it seems a little, but I did really like that application and think that they had, a plan to serve those families that speak Spanish in that Telluride area outside of Telluride.
So marked out one. I want to say that they've applied many times, right?
For Friends of Youth and Nature.
The Sheep Mountain Alliance.
Oh, sorry. They have applied many times.
They applied in the past for more, and then maybe.
I think it's always
that-
around like 10.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Who read the Nature Connection and Delta County School? Since, because that one scored the same as the Metaphors, so I'm just curious what people thought, whoever reviewed those, what they thought.
I read that one. I liked the Nature Connection. Delta is a really isolated area. And I like that it has like a multi-year progression for the students. I think for the costs versus the number of kids it serves, it's a really efficient funding program through a school that has put resources and time towards developing that program. I think if I had to choose between Metaforce and the Nature Connection, I'd rather go with Delta, only because the stated goals of Metaforce, but the lack of communicated connection to those communities makes me feel uncomfortable. And the Nature Connection program sounds great.
I also read the Nature Connection, and they're a very great organization. Their specific focus here is to help expand and continue their programs for serving youth. It was hiring 2 outdoor educators for some tracks. And as an organization as well, they have a very substantial youth employment program during the summer. So they have very good connection with the community that they work in through being involved with the school district. And it's one of the only places that I know of that they have that deep of a relationship with the school district, and the school district really supports that type of work that they're doing. And yeah, it's an isolated place in the States as well. And for me, they ranked higher than Metaforce. Just Metaforce, to me, the message was not clear around how they were connecting to the communities that they were seeking to serve.
One comment I'll share just about Nature Connection, just like insider knowledge of, that they are part of the school district, but they essentially operate separately, and like their funding is kept separately from the school district. The school district has a spot on their board. They have like a separate kind of advisory board, community advisory board, which the superintendent sits on. But then other community members are on that board. And so it is this kind of unique partnership with the school district to serve the community, but then also serving the community kind of outside of school hours with outdoor programs as well.
That's really good to know. Yeah. I think with that reasoning, now I kind of gravitate towards the Nature Connection instead of the Metaphors. Also, just with the topic of schools, the only other program that works with school or school related is the La Junta High School. So I think just keeping in mind that thinking about how many awards are granted to school related programs is important. So.
And I think too in this one, like Andrea mentioned, like this is also a big area too. And like Delta's very isolated, and then thinking about like some of these others, are in, like your Ray is on there, right? Or no, that's Outer Range. Outer Range is in like, or the
Montrose and Olathe. Sorry, it's probably really small.
And then there's that Nucla one.
Yeah, West
in
End
Notchery.
Public Schools.
West End Public, like that's also very isolated, but like on the completely opposite side towards like
The
Utah,
border,
west of Telluride. And I didn't necessarily score that one. It was kind of in the middle for me just because it's new. It was like there were some questions, but it is, is purchasing a vehicle. But it's a person who has a really great idea to serve the kids there and is doing a ton, like getting them out on bikes and working with a local bike shop. And it's like out there.
Yeah, I did want to flag that one. I think if I was going to choose 2 on this list, I'd choose West End Public Schools and Delta. only because Delta and Montrose, right, are neighboring districts. So if we choose Delta, I don't necessarily feel the need to choose Montrose this time around. But then West End, Nucla is like one of the more geographically isolated places in like the West. It's just surrounded by old mines. It's so poor. It's really cut off from resources, especially in the winter. And the teacher is like so committed. They already have a good program. They already have a ton of funding for bikes, and they're just looking to expand on it so they can actually take kids places to ride bikes. So, I don't know why it didn't score as high for other people, but I do think that's a really interesting geographic location with so much poverty where they really don't have other options. So just wanted to flag that one.
Yeah, I am gonna change, so this was the title of their application when they submitted the letter or the grant interest form. They are going through Montrose West Recreation Inc. instead of the school district. And they reached out and said part of their proposal was to buy a van and a shipping container, and the school district didn't want to be responsible for the ownership and maintenance of the van. So they changed their application sponsor to Montrose West Recreation Inc. So I will update that here.
Makes sense, because that one felt confusing to me, so I didn't score it very high because it was like I didn't find anything on their website about bikes or it now makes sense that they were unrelated. But I did say that I liked it, but I was just confused.
The West End is certainly an area that we have not reached.
Yeah, I think this is the first time we've gotten applicants from.
And this area is families who potentially work in
yes.
Drive really
Potentially,
far.
but it's pretty far.
Yeah. I like this suggestion.
Yeah, I'd second the third Mika's second suggestion.
And we also have 0 minutes, just so you know.
So would it be then Delta County School and the Montrose West Recreation that we'd move forward then? Those are the two I'm hearing. Because of
Do we know, with the West End, how do they describe the kids that they serve? I didn't read this, so I don't know.
It's foster youth, American Indian children. I think it's all youth there.
Okay. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to note that at least the nature connection, based on the little thing that I'm reading here, I mean, they're mostly sounds like they're serving Latinos. I just wanted to, make sure that we put a star on that, because that's
70%
covering.
identifying
Yeah.
as Hispanic.
So that covers that part of it.
Yeah, and West End, they're just not Narita, where kind of their main location is, even though they serve surrounding, but just that town is like 500 population.
Oh.
So the amount of kids will be less than that. So it's very small, but it's that very rural, underserved.
Yeah, I visited that area last year. Kind of after some conferences in the West that I went to. I actually talked to some community members about the Outdoor Equity Grant Program, so I'm glad that they're applying. They're very, very small locations, and I think they have maybe one nonprofit that's working to do after school programming with the youth, and they kind of go and pick them up and take them out biking. It's very grassroots, I think, this effort. I think it's a group of community members who like want to create activities after school and during non-school days in the summer for their youth to kind of do some of that like at-risk youth development. Okay, I'll go ahead and highlight them. I'm not hearing any. That brings us to around 1.2 million allocated with about 38% left.
Well, that's in total with the top applicants?
Yes.
Oh. Great. We only have, I think, the foster and trans and non-binary youth categories left, so it's great on time. Yeah, Northwest, we already decided Yampa, so we'll move to foster. The top applicant in the foster category is the Matthews House. The 4 runner-ups, I guess you'd say, are Friends of Youth and Nature, Kids at Heart, Outer Range Montrose County School District, and West End Public Schools.
This one was selected.
Scores on those 3 in the middle are they range. So the Friends of Youth and Nature is 366, Kids at Heart is 315, and then the Outer Range is 303. So scores of those are pretty different. Did anyone want to speak on the Friends of Youth and Nature?
The only thing I would say about this, and like this being the opportunity area being foster youth, is that Friends of Youth and Nature is for all youth in this area, which they also are in that central southwest area we were just talking about, in that Montrose Delta area. And so Friends of Youth and Nature isn't specifically serving foster youth, but likely there are foster youth taking part in their programs. And so that's when I think of the opportunity area, I really think of like this organization, like their mission should be to serve foster youth. And so on this list, I think that's Kids at Heart.
Yeah, I read that Kids at Heart application and I scored it really high, and I think that's their mission. And I'm always pushing for foster kids. So, but I will say that given our limited amount of funds and what we still have to go, and what is likely to be harder to do, which is the next sections that we're going to be in, I will feel good that we are serving with what we have, that we're serving foster youth with these 2 grants, and that we don't need to do anything.
And Kids at Heart, I think we're going to spend funds on transportation too, so I think that's, it's just nice hearing organizations want to spend grant money on transportation, because if there's a vehicle, then there's a high chance that there'll be multiple excursions or something involved with having them travel, because they have that guaranteed vehicle. So, yeah, I'm okay with voting for Kids at Heart too. Okay, for foster tab, then we will, if no one else has any other comments, we can decide on Kids at Heart. If anyone else wants to discuss.
I heard Kids at Heart, and then I heard move on from this category with the 2 that are selected. Anyone other than Benny leaning one way or another?
Financially, where are we at right now?
Are around 1.2 million, or around 60%.
And we want to do 1.6 in this round. Or
Potentially, we could be under that and have more to fill in some other holes tomorrow.
I'm actually looking at the wall, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why
No,
I'm
that's good.
feeling like, this group is covered, because I'm looking at the wall and feeling that there are a lot of blanks on the wall.
I think we can move on to another one and continue discussing.
Yeah. I also just want to remind everybody that the process tomorrow, you'll be able to write down 2 organizations that you want to discuss. So there's opportunity at any of these that we've discussed today. You can also write those down, even if we've already discussed them, but they weren't selected to move forward. So I'm hearing go to the next tab.
Can we just do a raise of hands on that?
Sure.
Just
Raise a hands of moving on, or voting raise a hand of moving first?
Either one.
Okay, raise your hand if you are okay with moving Kids at Heart for this, or granting, I guess, for this area.
I'm not seeing any online.
Right, raise a hand if we want to move on to the next. Cool, we will move on to the next one. Which is our last one, technically, the trans and non-binary. So the top one that was moved, the top scoring applicant that was moved, that's applies to this category is Inside Out Youth Services. And then there are 4 of the other groups: Boulder Pride, Rocky Mountain Equality, Sunstone Inclusivity Network, Girls on Rock, and Goals Youth River Expeditions. We can start with the first one, Boulder Pride, Rocky Mountain Equality, which, or whoever read that can speak on what they scored or what they think of the application.
Anyone have the application open?
Yeah. They, so they're gonna support a year-round initiative that culminates with a week-long overnight camp for LGBTQ plus youth ages 12 to 18, as well as a more advanced backpacking event for the campers who would like a more advanced experience and who have participated in a camp at least once.
I remember this one was really centered around like creating that safe environment in the outdoors for LGBTQ plus youth.
Yeah, so they talk about that they'll do a lot of pre-camp programming where they'll reduce barriers. They'll start with shorter hikes and social gatherings, building those trusted relationships. And they'll also work on breaking down the psychological barriers that keep LGBTQ plus youth from outdoor activities. Then their camp experience will be a week long. The staff are trained in trauma-informed approaches and LGBTQ plus cultural responsiveness. And the youth, much of the leadership, they bring back older 19 to 25-year-olds who have attended camp in the past. They say they will engage 100 youth, including BIPOC and low-income youth.
I think I scored this one fairly high. I think I like to favor applications that really involve youth and like career building. So I think I scored this one a little higher, knowing that they hire youth from that were a part of this program and hiring them to be camp counselors and stuff. So I always like that connection because since the week-long camp is technically a one event, like one-time event, I think the aspect of them bringing in youth that have been their past summers as a job is really cool. And I think something else that I really appreciated was that they have gradual excursions based on levels and exposure. So like short hikes for folks who maybe have never been on a hike before. So just gradually introducing them to those spaces and meeting the youth where they're at instead of just hopping them into like a week-long camp. I appreciate how they just were considerate of those youth's needs. So that's why I scored them pretty high.
Yeah, the camp will take place at Calwood.
Oh, I think they applied to us last year.
Which Calwood, has they received funding in the past?
I did make that note only because I thought I would see a Calwood application. So my note actually just says, note that Calwood is getting $36,000 of this partnership. So if Calwood had an application, then I would start adding all those dollars. But surprisingly enough, they did.
Yeah, I don't think they made it to this round.
Yes.
Yeah, I think if we were looking for another one in this category, just scored high, their budget is really sound with the pre-activities, it's all essentially going to the program, with also paying the youth camp counselors, and then of course compensating their youth program coordinators. And providing transportation to the camp.
We're also spreading the use of this funding over the course of 2 years. So starting when contracts get finalized, March, April, and going through December 2027. Yeah.
I didn't read this one, but I read a latter two, and I would just say based off this conversation, that was just a much stronger implication. So I would be very supportive of what you're saying.
It's also, I think, other than Inside Out Youth Services, the only one that is specifically focusing on LGBTQ plus youth. I think all these applications mention trans and non-binary youth, but I think as far as like the cultural competency for that group, probably this one is
Also appreciated that they specifically mentioned trauma-informed practices as well to create that safe space where you're
I was about to see that too. Okay, sounds like we're okay with moving forward, Boulder Pride. Okay. We technically went through all the tabs, but the only area that we didn't officially say we want to move forward is the foster one, so I just want us to go back to that one.
brings us to about 1.3 million.
It's interesting, all three of those applicants mentioned transportation in all of their needs, so I think that's an interesting point, is that they kind of had similar need for that.
we review this one and say that we want to move on to the next other tab.
Oh, I thought we wanted to move like.
Well, we're
go back to
deciding,
this one.
Benny had suggested, and I kind of lean towards that these two that are highlighted, like fill that bucket, that up here, Foster, there would be 2 grants, and then there's the 600-ish thousand left over for us to discuss other gaps.
I see.
That we see. Right.
On that question then, and I'm looking over here and maybe, so the justice involved versus the foster youth and the trans binary, so we're gonna add, right, we're adding one to that, or is that, so I can't read it from here.
No, that's fine.
So we have 2, right, for the trans?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna add Boulder.
Right, okay. Are we thinking, is it, and this is more of a question from last year and how we kind of identified opportunity areas. Is it thinking of like this justice involved one, we want to do 2, 2, and 2, or is it?
They're just kind of general categories that if there are good applications that meet our criteria and they fit into that, then we just go ahead and add them. They're not like a set number for each.
Yeah. Yeah, we just wanted to make sure that they were represented.
So this year, because they haven't been historically represented.
Yeah, they're like the gaps that we have, like, there are barriers and there are gaps within the communities, but these are the ones that have the largest gaps and the most barriers.
Well, I guess that bridges my question to like, I know that Crystal and I felt pretty strongly about the other justice involved organization. And maybe that's just one I can bring tomorrow if y'all would prefer that.
Which ones?
The Center for Family Outreach.
Oh, I see.
But I can read that tomorrow. But it's still pretty cool.
Wait, there is enough.
That's what I was saying. Like, there's 1.6 or whatever. But I'm good with it being one of the 2 I agree.
Okay.
So, however you want to do it.
Just a piece for the people over here that might not be able to see the racially and ethnically diverse ones. We have none in the Black and African American group. None of these specifically mentioned that was the primary group that we were seeing. And then the Middle Eastern, North African last year, I think a good chunk of those were from refugee serving organizations as well. And then up top, just the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander. But these two, just want to call out. We have one that's this is a significant portion of BIPOC and Black.
I think Aurora Welcome Center does.
Yeah.
Very
Oh,
much
yeah.
with first gen. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think there's some that are overlapping that serve it, might not be their primary, but they still do.
Yeah, they would absolutely be serving North Africa.
Rocky Mountain Welcome Center. Is it Aurora? No, it's Aurora.
Those in the top score.
Yeah, we already got them. They're like at the.
Thank you. There's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I know there are like gaps in those,
Yeah.
you know, folks remember they wanna.
Yes.
But, I mean, I think that, yeah, I mean, I think the folks that they serve fit probably more in the Middle Eastern, North African than they do in the general refugees, right? Like, they're not serving that, yeah. So I feel like Rocky Mountain Welcome Center will really handle those two.
Yeah, well, like Rocky Mountain, do Middle Easterns, North Africans, Latino, they do recent immigrants, like they cover.
Did we have any applications?
Not in this round. I think there was one, and when we moved in between the rounds, there was consensus there that the one application we received was not very strong. Strong enough to move forward.
It was a guy that did survival skill classes,
In
and
Trinidad.
it was just like him.
Is it in Trinidad?
In Trinidad.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
And
It's
I'd
also
also,
a for-profit.
I'd also like to mention too, tomorrow morning, we're dedicating a few minutes of reflection. So we're gonna sit tomorrow morning and be able to look at these categories and make note and have discussion. So I know we spent a few hours going through all of this, so we might need some time to process a little bit. So yeah, just to let everyone know that there's time tomorrow dedicated to look at this if we need extra time.
So we didn't, like, I'm super surprised with the American Indian piece, and is that because the top scoring applications didn't cover that group, or we just got less?
I think both. Like for example, Denver Indian Center has applied in the past. I have to double check. I don't think they applied this year. And then we used to work with Hasea in Colorado Springs. They told me that they won't be applying for this grant anymore.
They have some changes in our organization.
And they have a fiscal sponsorship that has made it, they were actually one of the groups that withdrew. We granted them twice. They withdrew their second grant because they were having difficulties with their fiscal sponsor being like providing the information that was needed for them to access funds. But it also sounds like they received funds from elsewhere that they could kind of cover that program. So those two, as far as like the Front Range, Denver, Colorado Springs that we have worked with in the past, I think weren't represented in this year's.
And Southern U is on there. They're pretty
Southern
high.
U.
It's just, it was so competitive. But they weren't that far off from our top scorers.
Who?
The Southern U.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Would that be an application that we wanna move in the regions? Cause they scored high. They're 360. Both scoring.
Yeah, we're always, I mean, it's always, I think in the past, I think there's been a question about the need.
How, and I can't remember, was it Southern U or Mountain U that was behind on there?
I think it was Southern.
That was the Quiagot Community Academy. I think so. Oh yeah, Mountain U, sorry. They did not that was from last year. They did not submit an application this year. I think they missed the deadline.
So we only have Southern U.
Whoever read it, does it say what outdoor programming and equipment they're applying for?
Yeah.
I know it's skiing.
A couple of things.
Also, if it helps, we have the map as well, so we can geographically pinpoint where we have funded.
I feel like I didn't score it very high. I was questioning the need. Oh, here we go.
They were gonna buy mountain bikes. They're going to buy snowboarding and ski, or they're gonna rent snowboards and skis. And then they would also go snowboarding, skiing. So they have lift tickets, lodging, meals, and then they're gonna do mountain bike trips. So they have meals and transportation costs for those mountain bike excursions. And that's just looking at their budget. The grant will support 3 key areas: rental costs for outdoor equipment, programming costs for excursions and workshops, and general operating costs such as staffing, insurance, and administration, which was just, they had 32%, it was like $21,000 would be for their admin costs.
How much?
21,000. They'll rent mountain bike. Okay, so they're just gonna rent mountain bikes and helmets. Without it. Trying to figure out how many of these they're doing. So they will rent mountain bikes, helmets, ski, snowboard equipment for the youth of Native American youth participants and their families. Access to quality gear is one of the primary barriers for the Southern Ute Reservation. Funds will also support guided programming, including beginner mountain biking and snowboarding workshops, winter snowboarding trips to local resorts such as Purgatory, Wolf Creek, and Telluride. Summer hiking excursions. All activities will be supervised and include transportation, food, and lodging when necessary.
Yeah, that program that they're offering is definitely way more than $100,000, so they're putting some investment in it.
Yes.
They're asking for $100,000. Yeah, but they're running a summer and a winter program. It's more than that. I just noticed they have money. Yeah, Belmar, where right where I live, it's all owned by the Southern Youth. There's a lot of money in Southern Youth.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference when you look at Southern Ute versus Mountain Ute tribe, just in the resources available.
Oh yeah,
to them.
Both overall to be able to take them.
Also just kind of, I don't know, lacks heart or feeling.
Yeah,
But it's not, doesn't feel compelling or transformative, all those other things we've kind of talked about.
Ooh.
And I think
You're like, it serves a demographic, but does it Is it actually exciting? Night wonder and sustainable. Okay, I hear you.
And the one thing that I noted was that I didn't know, like, exactly, they say the Southern youth, but exactly where are the kids coming from? The school? Are they coming from a club, a community center?
Well, they did say that with an emphasis on kids from Ignacio.
Yeah.
Which is,
So Ignacio, La Plata County, Southern Youth
and
Indian Reservation.
Bayfield, they even said kids
Bayfield.
Bayfield, that's pretty.
Yeah.
Also other Native American youth from Durango and Bayfield. They're saying not just from the reservation.
I just want to interrupt real quick. So what we had scheduled for today was just to go over those opportunity areas. So what we're doing right now is actually going into tomorrow's schedule. We are technically here until 4:30. So I wanted to propose the option of continuing this discussion and just continuing for tomorrow's agenda, or if y'all want to stop here, find a good stopping point right now, and then we can continue this discussion tomorrow.
I'd like to leave early tomorrow.
I think we will. I think we'll get through it more quickly than the agenda shows. And the reason that Crystal and I came up with that plan of like, once we have our levels here, go over where we are at, give you all opportunity to look at your reviews and applications and bring forward 2 applicants that you want to discuss. I think in the past, I've heard feedback that like, not that there's anything wrong with what's happening here. I think it's all good discussion, but like one applicant just gets brought forward and then they get to be discussed when there's not kind of like consensus or agreement around like what that order should be. So we came up with that plan so that everybody can give input into what can be discussed next. And if Ute Mountain Ute is one that comes up a lot, then we can kind of discuss those in order of agreement on which ones are brought forward.
Okay, then, I'm sorry, I
Go ahead, Becky.
want to suggest that I think we use the time that we have left and pick up somewhere else in the agenda.
Sure.
Do something else that we have to do tomorrow that's not this part,
Okay.
so that we can be guaranteed to be.
Yeah, because I think part of it what we're doing was visualization of like where are the gaps in the buckets of the areas that we want to achieve, and I think that's where we got into like.
Yeah, and we don't have to do that.
Deep into the conversation of that demographic. So I think do we want to maybe have at the end of the day that we might be a little exhausted to look at the screens to have a discussion. Where do we have some of the gaps, or where do we see?
Yeah, so that's kind of what we would start with tomorrow. I also have some board business things that are maybe a little bit less like mentally taxing, although it does require you all looking at your calendars, so I don't know if that feels okay. But yeah, you can give some feedback on the grant timeline for next year and our first 4 months of meetings.
Yes. Real cold, right?
Yeah, we'll do that when we're-
Up there, I'm like, dang. This, I feel like freezing over there, it's because I'm usually like I'm not hotter. I'm cold.
I'm cold.
It's gonna be real cold.
Omar, Mika, are you guys doing okay?
Yeah, I think if we're moving into calendaring, I may not need to be in this part, seeing that my board term expires in December. Do you know if this is what we're doing for the rest of our meeting time today?
I think so, Mika.
Okay, great. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow then. Thank you for some good discussions, and sorry I can't be there in person.
Feel
Bye,
better.
Mika.
Please come, Bill T. Bye.
Catering for tomorrow. I think it's better in person. Okay. So I created this draft schedule for next year's grant application based on some feedback I heard from you all, particularly around just the length of our application process. I think both for you as board members, but mostly for applicants. And so this is closely modeling what we had this year, but a little bit condensed schedule. So for the grant interest form submission, I think we actually gave 6 weeks for this year. And I heard from some folks that felt a little bit long. I think also the lift in the word count for that one is short enough. Hopefully this a little bit over a month would give folks enough time to complete those. And I will share, as a grant manager, 90% of applications come in probably on the day that it's due or the week that it's due. So I think people just get it done when it's due. Great. And then I don't have it explicitly in here, but I think that review for that first part is almost exactly the same as we had this year. Just considering that we receive a large amount of applications, having those months of June and July felt needed. And I think also there has been concern in the past around asking applications to be due over the summer when that is a very heavy programming time for a lot of groups that we work with. I also shortened that full application phase to 6 weeks. I think one thing to consider is whether September 15th is far enough removed from that busy summer time. But that is, I think, 2 weeks shorter than what we had this year. And then we could do this final review meeting at the end of October and definitely get awards out. I think we'll get them out in November this year, either way. I like to give a little bit of wiggle room in case there's back and forth needed there. But we'd definitely be able to get grant decisions out in November. And overall, this schedule would be around 6 weeks quicker than this year. Any feedback or concerns about this schedule here?
So then our review would be somewhere between give you guys a week, June 10th through August 5th for the first one?
Yes, June 10th through August 5th. And then for that second one, September 20th to, let's say, October 20th. I try to give you all.
Well, and how did we feel about the interest form, reviewing an interest form and reviewing an application? Because I felt like it felt like a little double hearing some of the same things. So is there any way to make the interest form even more streamlined?
And I can give an example of what GoCo has done, because we do a similar kind of, so we have grantees submit a concept, just 2 pages, which some people love and then some people hate because they're like, I can't get everything in 2 pages, but they do 2 pages and then they expand on those 2 pages if they're asked a full application. The only big difference is we also have program officers that are having conversations with the applicants and are able to glean additional information outside of those 2 pages, just through conversation and stuff. So it is a little repetitive, but like I found myself, I kind of like skim-ish over the scope of work because I had read it before and would go first to all of the new questions because I was curious about what they would say about those. And then I'd go back to that scope of work and like look at that with the budget.
Yeah, and you all should have had different applications for the second part than the first part. And Benny, you've been on the board for 4 years, so maybe you're also just remembering
Yeah, I mean,
from
there's some
previous years.
applications I've seen for 4 years.
That's good.
Yeah, right, and they're doing the same thing, and which is fine, you know. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm okay with the schedule, I'm just questioning the just how, you know, continuing to try to find a way to streamline it a little bit more, to just make it more concise so that we're not having to feel like we're reading 2 applications and they're not feeling like they have to submit 2 applications, you know?
Yeah.
And I do think that the part that we miss, which now that I'm gonna have time, I'm gonna lean into more, is that it's so hard, honestly, to make these decisions based on what people write on a piece of paper. I think the fact that you have program officers that are talking to people and are engaging in a different way gives you information that's more useful than what people just write on a piece of paper.
We're gonna write legislation to get you a whole bunch of program officers.
Yeah, you could go out there, you know, because potentially the program officers could do the interest part and the screening, right?
Some people in their feedback, maybe I didn't see it as much this year, but people have offered before, like, would you ever let us submit like a 60-second video or something like that? So I think that's something to consider. I think there's equity considerations in like who can produce a nice video from our applicants, but
or should it just not be produced at all? So like the standards
just like
are the
answer
same?
the question.
Yeah, it's just like low production, camera, phone, you know what I mean? Like, you know, that's like, how do you level the bar so everybody has it similarly rather than like whoever has a fancy.
I'm totally okay with that. Listen, I mean, I have done that for $500,000.
Yeah.
Just like do a little video and tell me what you did. So I don't see why not.
That is often the last step that a lot of works, you know what I mean, rather than the first one. It takes time, but.
There was a grant that I worked on that they said you can only film on your phone and you need to answer these sets of questions just to eliminate that gap between, oh, we have a professional communications person on staff that has this high-end camera.
I mean, something to think about. I do think this schedule, it works.
Yeah, and
for me.
We can always come back to it. I just like to set something at the end of this year. That way we have some metrics to work towards if we want to shake everything up and this isn't going to work for us anymore. We can always come back to it and amend it. I'm not hearing any feedback on that. So we'll just move forward with that and we can always come back later. Great. I was going to give you all time tonight to look at this next piece, but if you are continuing on the board and you would like to get your calendar out, if you're not continuing on the board, you're off the hook. I'm also happy to hear feedback about this. I think as a facilitator, it really helped me this year to set meetings 4 months at a time. First of all, that way you all can have these on your calendar. And second of all, it just reduces the amount of time of back and forth I have to do with doodle polls and everybody's busy people. So I liked this way of scheduling, but if it's not working for someone,
Um, 3 meetings in January?
no, choose one.
Oh, I was
So,
gonna
yeah,
say.
we'll have, no. Sorry, I didn't explain that yet. Yes, so, these are just some options, and we'll start with January, look at these 3 dates. If you have conflicts or know that you won't be able to make it to one of them, tell me now and I'll make a note of that, and then I'll try to find the best date for everyone.
No for me for the 22nd.
This, we're working with like 3 different calendars. It might be harder to like. give you a certain-
I actually have it scheduled. It'll go out at 4:45.
Oh, okay, okay, perfect, thank you so much.
So if you wanna look at it tonight, just go back.
I'm a no for the 22nd.
Ida is a no for the 1 to 4 on the 22nd.
Okay.
Do you have a?
Do you want me to you just need more time?
No, I just
Okay,
have like
that's fine.
3 calendars
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
same
you're
time.
So probably gravitating towards the 27th or 28th. So any conflicts?
I prefer the 28th from 1 to 4, but I'm okay with either of those options.
Another question is, and of course we'll have new board members too, but I think afternoon meetings have worked well for a lot of folks. But so I put all afternoons here, but we can move to mornings as well. Okay, we'll move to, and again, this will come to your inbox so you can still give some feedback. We'll move to February. Any conflicts here?
This February 19th, I can't. No, for sure, no, I don't. And April 21st, a no. Or the 22nd, that's like environmentalist Black Friday, maybe I'll say.
What does that mean?
It's like Earth Day. So if you're
Yeah.
an environmentalist and you're doing work in the space, it's your Black Friday. You are nonstop going at it. That's
My last job, we made it a paid holiday.
Yeah, it is technically, you just can't, just like right after
I was like,
elections.
is that the day you go buy all the trees on clearance?
No. Okay. You're trying to pull all the strings you can to get all the events happening.
Yeah.
Or whatever bill, last year, how environmental justice was gonna be made. There's gonna be an executive order against environmental justice, you know? Never experienced
Any other feedback for February? Okay. Any feedback for March 24th, 25th, or 26th? Or April? Okay. I don't want to spend too much time. Like I said, this will come to your email inbox. So if you know that you might have some conflicts, just get me that feedback. Let's say by the end of tomorrow. We don't need to. I'll send the calendar invites out once I get feedback from everybody.
And you have it for the whole year?
This is, so we'll just do 4 months at a time.
Oh.
And then at the end of March, we'll look into May through August. I think then people, once we get like 12 months out, I don't think people have an idea of where they'll be.
Could we maybe do May since it is a 2-day retreat? Start thinking about May earlier than March?
Sure.
Yeah, I support that.
Okay, can we look at that like in January? I have no idea where we'll be. And if you all have suggestions of where you want to go, let me know. Okay, the only other piece of board business, we have about 30 minutes left. We don't have to go that long, but are there any topics for future discussion that you all want to prioritize at the beginning of next year?
I have something for this.
For this year?
Just discussion around an outreach / comms plan for promoting the new seats that, or the seats that will become open.
Sure.
That's my only one for the remainder.
How many seats are gonna be open
4.
at the end of the year?
Brian, John, Mika, and Omar. So 2 youth seats, the environmental education seat, and the seat for a person with disabilities. Disability advocate. I tried to convince John to stay.
Oh, he has the option?
Yeah.
Oh, so we are not gonna have that discussion yet until I have that conversation. She's like, I got work to do. I'm not, meeting's open yet. It's not over. I see you, Benny.
Well, on the environmental education folks, should we think about some of the organizations that have received grants from us that maybe we should, let them know, hey, it's something
Yeah,
that's gonna be-
so we have our quarterly newsletter, so certainly we'll send the opportunity out via the newsletter. In addition, I will send it out to all of our previous granted organizations. And what we did for the LGBTQ plus seat is we also reached out specifically to groups that were like focused on those issues to ask them either like to send us potential board members, and then those groups also helped with the just reading the resumes and applications. I don't think we had anybody on the interview for that piece, but they did help us score those applications just so we could have that community input. Colorado Parks and Wildlife will also send out a press release. And I think in the past, I've sent you all like some email communication blurbs to send out. Beyond all of those pieces, are there other things you all are hoping to see?
Seeing how we can engage and activate entities the western slope, because the 3 of the board seats that will be vacated are people outside of the metro area. So John, myself, and Mika, and just
And Omar is also in
Omar's northern Colorado. So these boards usually have a high propensity to go metro area, Denver locations close to that. So just making sure that, just like we did some very intentional outreach and selecting opportunity areas just with that for outreach and engagements for non-metro area for board applicants, just spreading the word as much as we can.
Yeah, and I will say we did have great representation in the board seat that was just, that opportunity was just put out there. And in addition, I'll also send that to everybody that has applied before. I think particularly a lot of people have that environmental education experience, or some other experiences. I think the youth seats are obviously very specific, but.
I think that when we're looking for the youth seats, and this I think is just from experience, like learning, is to do a little asking around people's plans, right? Because like we've had two youth, I mean, if you're in your 20s, you want to live overseas and for a year and do, I mean, that's what you should be doing. But then it just sort of, right? It's that's what I've learned. It's like, oh, like we have to figure out we want to incorporate young people, but they're at an age in their life when they are doing things with their life, that are significant, like. And so just wanting to know that ahead of time, right? I mean, like if people are gonna be gone for a year studying abroad, which has happened, or
yeah.
And then they have to be in a meeting at 3 o'clock in the morning, which they do, so it's fine, but just.
Along those lines, are there any folks who want to be involved either in reading those applications or the interviews? And we'd probably be looking at December, January.
Not many of us
Dawson.
left. I think we all kind of
I know.
volunteered. I think we should all have to, I think. At this point.
So I saw Chris, Dawson, Ida, and Hilda. That will be good.
The youth seats, not like offering up anyone else's time, but if there's anyone who want to connect and chat about like what it was to be a youth in those seats, I'm willing to like have a one-on-one conversation or just like chat with whomever.
Thanks, Ryan.
I don't wanna offer that one.
That will be wonderful.
I had a question. And maybe this is my lack of information on how exactly the board works, but I thought you guys were youth seat because you guys work with youth. Is that not how it works?
So
And what's each of equal?
I'll explain. So there are 9 voting board members. 6 are coming with experience based on the different communities that are named in the legislation. And 3 are actually for youth ages 25 and younger. So the population that is served by the grant program. And that was very intentional on the creators of the grant program to provide that leadership opportunity, as well as have an opportunity to hear directly from the community that we're serving and give that opportunity to give input into how funding is distributed. And then GoCo, OREC, and CPW all have ex officio or non-voting seats as agencies.
I kind of knew that part. I just didn't know that it was specifically like you.
Yeah. I think it's really special.
I was younger when I started.
It's nice.
You're like, I was part of the youth.
Like
so much anymore. I remember when being a millennial was the hip thing, Yes. And Martha walks through all the time.
So there should be like
Oh, I call my sister geriatric.
So we really try to have youth that are at least out of high school. I think just the level of work and time that's needed is hard for a high school student to do too. So usually our youth board seats are held by folks kind of in that college age range. Or a little
I would
bit.
just say, and this is just from, I can speaking just for myself, really, that we've talked about this. I mean, I just would like to get out there more. So the more I can connect in person with grantees would be helpful to me.
Sure.
I would second that as well, 'cause especially those groups that are not near the front range, just trying to make the effort to go out there. This year, Andrea helped me schedule a time to go and visit Coachella Mountain Park, and they're like a 5-hour drive away from me. But when I was there, they said that they rarely get visits from their grantors. So just keeping that in mind, and if and when you can, just going out and making those site visits to connect.
Yeah, and I will say on that, what Brian did made it easy on me because he said, like, I want to go visit this specific grant project. That's a lot easier for me to coordinate than for me to reach out to you and be like, Benny, which grant project would you like to visit? And then I think if you have an idea and you want to come to me with it, I will very easily facilitate those conversations and discussions. So
I was imagining more, which I thought we started a calendar.
Yeah.
Like I was imagining a calendar where the grantees are, if they have events and things. Not,
yes.
I don't know
Okay.
that I'm interested in a site visit.
Got it.
Just I'm interested in seeing their work, and that could look like a site visit, but it could be like that they have an event and I go to it, and so yeah, I actually don't want it to feel like a site visit.
Got it.
Because that's not.
We do have a calendar, so you should have access to it. But after this meeting, we can touch base with you all on that and just get you support on making sure you have access to that and have it showing up on your calendar or notifications or whatever it is.
And if we happen to show up at the same event, that's not.
No.
I know.
We also update on the website.
Just don't make any grant decisions at the event.
And you can't discuss anything you would discuss here.
As long as you don't talk about it with anyone else, maybe it's okay. I gotta run.
Bye, Dave.
Bye, Dave.
But Benny, we also put the grantee events on the website.
Yes, they're on our website.
Yeah.
Oh. Are they added now?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
But they will be soon.
I can show you the part of the website. Will show
And,
up on.
I mean, I've said this before, but our retreats should have a grantee component.
Yes.
Yeah.
Was the one in May not grantee enough?
Yes,
Oh,
no,
okay.
I'm just saying, keep doing
You want to
that.
continue that?
She's anyways, like, I like it, let's keep bringing it.
So this is our webpage, if you haven't seen it. They are on the bottom, but here, we have all of our press releases and blog posts, and I've worked with the communications team over the summer, to publish some of these, and there are some more coming. So if you haven't read these, you can also click through them. And we'll also put the board opportunity up here as well. And then we have this upcoming event section, and it'll look similar to this piece with a photo and then some information about the event. So those will be events that are open to the public and that our grantees want help with sharing. But in the calendar that Selena made, there's also opportunity. Maybe they're having an event, and maybe this is getting more along the lines of like a site visit, Benny, which you said you're not too interested in, but maybe they have an event that's closed to either their membership or just the youth that they serve, but they're open to having a board member come. They share those opportunities with us as well.
Where's the other room for tomorrow?
We can show you all where that is. Yeah, we're in a different. Are folks ready to break for today? If you have any ideas for next year, things you want to discuss, we're keeping track here, but if you ever want to have something on a meeting agenda, you can reach out to me.
Great question. Is there time I assume this is our last board meeting, like there's not one scheduled for the rest of the year. So like, we do something to just recognize our departing
Yeah.
board members tomorrow.
You're gonna ruin the surprise.
I
We just wanted to be brought in.
I should have known.
And then I give an annual presentation to the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Board every year. And we'll have an official award ceremony for our outgoing board members during the commission meeting, and they get recognized in front of the whole commission, and they get nice awards, and are invited to eat lunch with the commissioners as well. And you all will be invited. Okay, we'll go ahead and adjourn for today.